condemned the disruption of court proceedings by activists who stormed the court demanding the arrest of acting IG Gilbert Masengeli. They demanded the arrest of Masengeli over the case of missing persons. The persons allegedly disappeared 2 weeks ago in Kitengela. Muga said activism should not find its way into the court precincts, especially where matters are being litigated. He expressed his concerns over the matter, saying he would not be able to proceed because of security issues. Mugambi had earlier on been forced to retreat to his chambers after the activist emerged from the spectators shouting and holding placards. He was at the time writing a ruling. Masengeli had been directed to appear in court at 3 p.m. yesterday to shed light on the disappearance of 3 youths, but he did not. As the disruption highlighted the vulnerabilities in the security team, the judge declined to give his orders and have the matter proceed virtually as requested by the IG. The matter has been pushed to Monday next week, saying the IG should avail himself to purge the contempt. And the National Police Service Commission has cancelled all promotions recently approved and announced by Acting Inspector General of Police IG Gilbert Masengeli. Now making the announcement, the chairperson of the Police Service Commission, Eliud Kinuthia, instructed the acting IG to temporarily suspend the promotion of the officers until the appointment of the Inspector General of Police. However, a total of 1,957 male and 1,870 female police officers aged between 53 to 59 years who have no record of disciplinary cases have been promoted and their salaries increased.
Our structure allows a police officer to serve up to 20 notches of salary increment each year. So when I say the maximum, that is a constable who have served 20 years plus, he's already exceeded, because even without promotion and change of rank, we give incremental notches every year.
It means that the normal salary for a police officer has increased by 4,000 shillings every month, whereas a constable who joins the police department will be paid 25,645 shillings every month instead of the previous 21,645 shillings. Now, the health unions have threatened to strike within the next 2 weeks if county governments fail to address their grievances, which include delayed payments of salaries, lack of medical covers, and failure to remit statutory deductions. The unions, in a joint statement read by Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union Secretary General Davjia Teller, outlined the challenges facing health workers nationwide.
These salary delays has caused unforetold suffering among the healthcare workers in these particular counties. These workers are unable to pay their rents, to fuel their cars to the hospitals, or to pay their daily utilities. These financial difficulties cannot be explained in these particular counties when the employer demands them to be at work while disregard the responsibility of paying them on time. And therefore we are saying that we will not continue seeing our members in these counties straining to go to work where their salaries are ignored.
Namoi University lecturer strike entered the 11th day and is expected to get to the 12th day today, as lecturers through WASU vowed that they will not return to work until their demands are addressed. Now, WASU Moi University branch chair Dr. Richard Okoh and Secretary General Jeremiah Ojuki have accused the management of Moi University of delayed salaries since July.
Mgomo unaendelea hadi ile wakati ambapo usimamizi wa chuo kikuu unaweza chukua hatua mwafaka uweze kulipa wahadhiri fedha zao. Ni kulipa mshahara wa mwezi wa 7 na mwezi wa 8 kikamilifu jinsi ulivyo. Fedha ambazo tumetoa kama wafanyakazi zenye zinastahili kuelekea kwa halmashauri ya ustaafu pension scheme ziweze kupelekwa pale. Ni aibu sana, watu tunajitolea kufanya kazi kwa miaka mingi zaidi ya 40. Baada ya kustaafu unakosa pesa ambayo ulikuwa umekatwa kutoka kwa mshahara wako.
Ojuki has said that the lecturers followed the strike procedure before donning their tools.
This particular strike was called out by the union and we followed the right procedure, and no amount of intimidation will take us back to class. What will take us back to class will really be their positive response to the issues we have so far raised.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Alceto. Good morning.
102.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
good morning and welcome to Friday. Where are you this morning? What are you doing? There's a little bit of a sprinkle in the city this morning. It's going to make the roads just a bit slippery, but you be careful either way. I don't think it's going to cause too much. Friday's begun and usually we see a lot of outbound from the city traffic and nothing really much happening within the CBD, but it's all a wait and see kind of situation and we'll wait and see. How about you help us through it? We'll talk through the morning on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and be amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hiya, good morning. It's Friday. And it's the 6th of September, and everything is what? Everything is upside down. They didn't connect us. We didn't wake up. We woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Some woke up under the bed. But here we are either way, and it's Friday, and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Getting into the last of the Situation Room for this week. What a September, isn't it already? Good morning to you, and hope everything is well. We woke up this morning very early, and it was sprinkling. There was a smattering of water over the earth, instead of just saying it was raining. Amma, how do you see it, City?
You know, you almost sound Genesis chapter 1.
I sound Genesis?
You sound Genesis.
Okay.
In the beginning.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Yes.
The earth was formless and desolate.
Yes, that one. That guy. Yes. That one.
And there was a darkness over the earth. Yes. And then God said, let there be light.
That's how you sound in Genesis.
Sindeo? Yeah. Okay. Somebody's here clearing her throat. Anki, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well in the beginning.
Okay. Let's see what happens.
The beginning. The beginning.
It's wonderful.
In the
beginning.
No, you make us start saying it wrong.
No, it's City though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. It's not, we can just blame him for it.
He started the Genesis thing. Yeah. Actually, guys, I watched something. I think it's the South African Parliament. And this particular honorable member of the House, I don't know what he was saying. The speaker actually referred to what he was doing as animal sounds. So he said the members of parliament who do not understand English. And the one who was speaking right before he spoke or interjected him said, "Hon, hon, hon, hon." Like, yeah. He literally pulled that twice and he was told, "Please withdraw." I withdraw. Hon, 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 hon. It's not very nice. But yeah, that's what he said. I can't believe you all didn't laugh about that. Yeah. Oh, you are out of order. No.
Now is when I'm understanding.
Oh, you didn't get it?
No.
No. I swear you all guys are not very nice. Fine.
So, we've responded.
Yeah. How are you, Anki? This one you just left us and left, but you're back. And then now you've come back, you're wearing glasses. Oh, they're going to see you anyway, just a secret. They're cameras. You see these things, they're cameras, they have lenses. People can actually see you.
Look good.
Thank you, City.
The glasses look very, very good.
Very kind.
Yeah,
very good
it's
indeed.
nice.
Did you?
See, but I said I echoed the sentiment.
Thank you.
Where? Ednah is having a heart attack, things are not happening, but we move regardless. Abi? Okay. We'll see you guys at some point. We know that you're getting into the room. There are a number of conversations that we will have this morning. Let me tell you what those will be now that we've greeted ourselves properly. Sawa. All right. At 7 o'clock, we will have a conversation. At 7 o'clock, we'll have a conversation with Dr. Moses Masika. He is a virologist. We spoke to him extensively during the times of COVID. And we'll also speak with him today because another viral disease is making its spread around the world. And that's Mpox. So we're going to look at the virology of Mpox and what it will take to beat it. He'll join us at 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, the Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Party movement, as well as the Senator for Nairobi County, Edwin Sifuna, will join us, and we'll be talking about political parties, the shake-up and the expenditure of devolved resources, the oversight role that the Senate has, and a number of things with him at 8. Finally, at 9 o'clock, we will talk about the expense of the government-to-government oil supply deal and what it did to bring motorists onto the streets. Martin Chomba, who is the chairman of the Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya, will join us at 9. So those are conversations that we will have this morning, and we're glad that you can join us as we do. We're going to take a break now and see what's happening with the weather, and then we'll come back and say hello to you. We're going to try and get things in order so that we can actually do that. Good morning.
Nobody knows.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Kenyans abroad, sending money home should be simple and stress-free. Stay connected back home. Open your Credit Bank Nyumbani Diaspora account today by visiting www.creditbank.co.ke. Just a few clicks and you're all set to send love and support back to your loved ones. And that's not all. Explore a world of possibilities, including investment opportunities. It's fast, easy, and secure, bringing you closer to the moments that matter most. Visit creditbank.co.ke or call +254 70 907 2000 to learn more. Credit Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Okay, we'll see cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, going to highs later on of 22, and also into Nakuru, cloudy conditions going to highs of 20 later. Nyeri, cloudy at 11, rather cloudy at 13. We'll go to highs of 26 today, and we'll have cloudy conditions into Eldoret at 12, currently going to highs of 24. It'll be sunny through Mombasa, currently at 23, highs of 29, and it's partly sunny already in Malindi at 24 with highs of 29. We're looking into a clear mostly cloudy Kisumu at 18 with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 28 in a cloudy Kakamega at 17. It's 17 and clear in Kampala with highs of 27, and at 22 partly cloudy in Dar es Salaam with highs of 29. Johannesburg at 14 is cloudy with highs of 25, and Mogadishu at 25 is mostly cloudy going to highs of 30. 11 degrees and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly cloudy Lagos, and highs of 31 in a cloudy Kinshasa, currently at 23. Beijing at 27 is cloudy Friday afternoon with highs of 30. It's 12 degrees and cloudy in Paris with highs of 24, and New York, I beg your pardon, London at 18 is cloudy. New York Thursday night is cloudy at 18 degrees. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 12.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so it's 19 minutes after 6 o'clock, and I'm trying to find you guys online. And we should be able to do that soon enough. Just that, things this morning have decided that they're going to play with our heads. So we're going to find them in just a little bit and be able to say hi to you. And in a few seconds... Okay, so Eric, we can see that you're online. Eric, you're online, Abby, somewhere there, and we know that you'll be back in a couple of days, and I hope that your leave has been good. We'll come back with you on Monday. You will not escape. Live in Asia. It normally happens like that. Okay, so we're going to get our live streams up in just a minute, and we can say a collective good morning to everybody, even as we find you. We'll come back and say hi to you guys as we just try to get a few technical things sorted out here and there. Okay? Run not away. How about now be a good time for us to look at today's proverb? It's the last day that we're in Côte d'Ivoire, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, it is the final day of Proverbs from the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. Good to go?
Oh, should I greet them first before? Because I can see that Ednah is trying to do some magic, and I think that the magic has actually done. Sorry, guys, a bit patchy this morning, but we'll get through it anyway. And there they are. Everybody already tuning into the room today, so great to have you. Evans and Tabo says, good morning, everybody. Tomorrow, SDAs are going to church. Yes. Anki has nodded vigorously. Okay, sour. Ongani Malala says, good morning, everybody. Esfan Gikonyo says, good morning from the Grand Canyon. Are you inside the Grand Canyon? Mutuma Mujuma says, good morning. Robert Mbogo is tuned in this morning. Rose Grace is here and says, a blessed Friday. Pap D wants me to ask you a question, CT. Shall I go ahead and ask you?
Please ask me the question.
Ask CT if he has been to Freetown, Mombasa, home of freed slaves from Sierra Leone, Malawi, Mozambique, Congo, re-secured Indian Ocean slave dhows after the British banned slavery in Zanzibar. That's a long question, but it's a yes or no from what I see. Have you been to Freetown in Mombasa? Freetown.
Yes.
Oh, Freetown. I saw it wrong. I just see free and I just imagine Sierra Leone.
It's Freetown.
It's Frere as in brother in French.
Because I know exactly where it is.
Okay.
And yes.
You've been there?
I even know people.
Okay. And you know those things?
Oh, yes, I do.
So Pap D,
I grew up in Mombasa.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Pap D, there's your answer. He's been and he knows of it. Deno Mwanza says good morning. Tuned in from Ndeya. Agri Momanyi's also greeted everybody this morning. Mburu Kamau says good morning, great people. Linus Gatonga is also tuned in. Jimmy Wekasa says good morning. Kennedy says good morning from... a good handshake to you. Lucky Summer is tuned in. Ifoma, tell Ombaso that the weekend ahead is dope. Ifoma, Ombaso, the weekend ahead is dope. Dope. Sour. Just in case you're wondering, Ifoma is my middle name.
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Ombaso?
Ombaso is Ednah.
Yeah.
It's Ednah's middle name.
Middle name. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Joe Mungai says, oh my goodness, what's happening? In February, I lost my sister. In March, I had an accident. Last month, my parents celebrated 75 years of marriage. Today is my birthday. Hallelujah. Joe Mungai, happy birthday to you, man. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Hey, well done. Good job.
For a happy anniversary for his parents. 75 years of marriage is
not a joke.
It has to be celebrated.
I'm telling you.
Which song would go with that?
I don't know, but that's what, like platinum? 75 years married? I'd kill somebody. Okay, I'm sorry.
What?
75 years married?
No, those are serious people.
Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Those are very serious people.
I'm telling you.
Yes, Hongera.
Kabisa.
You're still the one I run to, the one that I belong to.
There you go.
Why?
Hey. Greetings from Addis Ababa, says Average. Praying for Baba to get that AU job. Okay. Agola says it's Friday. Agola, we see you. Jay Mwangi says, good morning, Spice people. Ain't nothing like Spice, a TV station, radio station, everything, indeed. R. Tuko says, Tuko Hapa. Mashari and Jeru says, good morning, Spice. Happy Friday to you, sir. My Prince says, good morning, Kenyans. Hope you all are having doing good, wishing you a good weekend. Good morning, Ndu, CT, Anki. Thank God today is Friday. Joseph Ondigi is in the room this morning. So many people here. Penwa is here. Jack Atambo is tuned in. Nike Moas is also here. Refresh. King Dave, you're happy? He says, welcome back, Doris. Margaret Wajohi says, good morning. Bernardo Kello is here. Margaret Wajohi, we see you. Where is Wairimo? Wairimo, I know it's bedtime, but please wake up and say hi to us. Then we'll know that you're in the room. Sawa, everybody, welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. We're getting into it today with today's proverb from Côte d'Ivoire.
Yes. When the finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose.
For lack of something else. Okay, I don't know.
Yes, for lack of something meaningful to do, it meaningfully goes into the nose. Mm-hmm. Think about it. When you're a tad nervous and your hands aren't clasped together like mine, you'll either rub your nose, scratch your cheeks, scratch your neck,
or put your fingers in your mouth like I used to do.
Some do.
Yeah.
Yes. Those are things you do involuntarily.
Yeah.
But we do them.
For lack of?
When a finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose, not towards the nose, into the nose.
If you have no direction, you tend to do something useless.
Yep.
Abby?
Perhaps. Is it useless?
Picking your nose? Yeah. It doesn't help you in any way, does it?
It does.
It does?
It does.
Yeah.
It removes things that are not supposed to be there.
It's one of these things that you do, as you say, because it's often very absent-minded.
Yeah, it's an absent-minded thought.
Yes, it's not something you plan to do.
Yeah. But it doesn't really lead you anywhere.
Not really, but that question, it's the nose that can answer it best.
Okay.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see what people have to say about that through today. All right, let's look at this. Avin is somewhere. Avin, I can see you walking about. Did you do like that? No? Yes? Nothing? Okay. On the front page of the Standard this morning, when state sees no evil, hears no evil. From Shaka Holocaust massacre, we talked about this yesterday, to Kware murders and the bungled response to Gen Z's anti-finance bill protests, President Ruto's administration has in the recent past been caught napping in a number of incidents. Some say the government should have done better. I think many are saying that, but we'll look into the details of that story. Killing most foul. Cheptegei is dead after fire assault. Very sad story yesterday. Excuse me. Will Ryler be the CEO of Presidents? Pay boom for police officers. We saw that they're getting some extra money. I believe it's between 4,000 and quite some above that. Governors fight back over slashed 20 billion shillings revenue. We saw that the Commission for Revenue Allocation had said, you know what we're going to do is we're going to put weight on geography as opposed to population. And the governors have said, we ain't having it. And they've basically said they're going to have a messy fight with county government over austerity measures introduced by President Ruto after the collapse of the Finance Bill 2024. And now governors have rejected the reduction of counties' revenue share from 400 billion to 380 billion, saying the funds are inadequate to cover their budgets for this year. Actually, this is a totally different matter from the Commission of Revenue Allocation story. This is totally different in terms of cutting back on county expenditure. Government has now said we're going to reduce this by 20 billion shillings. Has nothing to do with the Commission's new notes where they say now we are going to apply geography as opposed to population. So this is something totally different. So in 2 days, governors, counties have gotten a double whammy in terms of reductions, sometimes increases. Ruto returns with multi-billion shilling China project pledges. He's coming back with a basket of goodies. They're not free though, but he's come back with them all the same. All right, let's look at some other papers. Anki, what do you have?
I have the People Daily here, and officials con Ruto on travels. We talked about opulence. We also saw the Gen Z out there on the same. But despite the head of state austerity measures on non-essential trips, public officers gobbled the 27 billion globe-trotting in expensive capitals. Quite interesting. But also the death of Cheptegei still making it to the front page of the People Daily. Like you mentioned, very, very sad. Lights go dim on Ugandan athlete. More of that on page 7 of the People Daily. And why police have a reason to smile, do they? More of that on page 4. And we have the Briton left homeless after romance scam. Yeah, looks like another new way to scam people here, but it's interesting on page 13. Be careful who you fall in love with. Well, stars aligned for challenge at the back page of the People Daily. And as far as sports is concerned, it's quite, simple today. But I believe those stories are detailed in there. It could be exciting to know what others think of it. But similarly, I mentioned again, the Cheptegei story has taken center stage on the front page of the People Daily, and the conversation continues. And as far as the front page of the People Daily is concerned, CT.
Well, the yes, boom. There's something I'm looking at here that I find disturbing. Reads Ruto returned from China with billions in mega projects pledges. Yes, that's the headline. We will go into it in greater detail.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look at traffic right now, and then we'll come back and look at some of these stories as we get a lot more of those headlines into play. Let's taking a look at what's happening on the roads, and then we'll be back shortly after this.
Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge.
Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same
Bukati,
IBC.
You can't.
I tell you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Ednah, it's the, like you said, the bees and the peas. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day.
All right, a quick look at what's happening on the roads this morning. Just a little bit of traffic on the thickest superhighway. To be expected that Friday inbound traffic is not too crazy. Also looking at what's coming off of Ngong Road, also will start to build up. We've seen quite some movement coming off Naivasha Road, Kikuyu Road, and then touching on Ngong Road in the last couple of days, and we're seeing that might continue. Coming off of Kangunda Road, there's some traffic this morning, and it's also kind of busy coming off of the Eastern Bypass, likely to increase as we get into it closer to traffic hour. Not too much coming out of Westlands to be expected. Let's keep an eye on things and see what happens as we go through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so let's look into some of these stories this morning, looking at what is making headlines. The front page of the Standard, that's the big story. And when state sees no evil or hears no evil, the questions are what has actually happened and who is paying attention. I mean, there's so much happening today. Many security lapses expose the government's soft underbelly. And this is also in addition to the story that we saw yesterday of this interesting pastor in Meru who was doing unfathomable things to people in the name of religion. President William Ruto's administration has recently been caught off guard by several incidents that have exposed its vulnerabilities. 3 months ago, the Gen Z protests shook the nation to its core and forced the president to stay confined at State House Nairobi for weeks as he dealt with multiple crises threatening his administration. For a time, the country comes to a standstill as protesters took control of the major cities and towns. It was what was described as the most significant security breach since the failed 1982 military coup. The protests reached their peak with the storming of Parliament, which was desecrated, compelling the president to scrap the controversial finance bill and dismiss his cabinet. So that happened. Just a year before that, Shakahola had already done its thing. The deputy president also went on to say that we have a dysfunctional national intelligence service that has exposed the president, the government, and the people of Kenya. If the NIS had briefed the president 2 months ago on how the public felt about the finance bill, so many Kenyans would not have died, property would not have been destroyed, offices would not have been wrecked, but they slept on the job. So, according to him, it was that they were not briefed on what Kenyans were actually feeling, and nobody knew. Had they known, it would have been different. Many view this as an admission of the government's failure to anticipate challenges and address them before they escalated. Politicians from northern Kenya swiftly defended the NIS Director General Nordin Haji, calling Gachagwa's remarks reckless and inappropriate. So that went on. Everybody did their thing. The reports... Last week, a report by the Commission on Administrative Justice highlighted how government officials and police officers failed to investigate reports of illegal activities in Shakahola Forest, leading to the deaths of hundreds of people. This failure exposed the government's inability to protect its citizens from cult-related activities. The report detailed how multiple warnings were raised with local officials, including the area chief, the sub-county commissioner, and the local police station, but no action was taken. Those blamed included Chakama Chief Raymond Charo, former Langobaya Assistant County Commissioner Daniel Tausi, and others. It goes on and on to talk about the exhumed bodies and what we're waiting for in the 6th stage of exhumation. It also goes on to talk about combination of all of these issues, saying that the government, the presidency, just does not have a hand on what was going on. It sees no evil, hears no evil, and gets us into a state of trouble. Yeah?
Someone would ask, though, are you safe in your own country?
Well, I mean, these are the questions. If you know of a situation, if you know that things are going south, then what are you actually doing about it? Can you hear it? And if you're hearing it, then what are you doing? But the overwhelming sentiment at the moment is that you don't see anything wrong, or even if something is wrong, you don't see it and you're not acting on it, but that you're focusing on other things, appointments of cronies, solidifying a base in order for you to play politics proper by the end of this administration, and that's what you seem to be preoccupied doing. And essentially, folks are saying that's just not on.
I'm looking at this story because when it comes to your doorstep and someone actually, sets you ablaze, it's another thing altogether. This is not the first time we're hearing of a homicide. A number of groups, movements, speaking against homicides, femicides, whichever gender is not worth dying the way Cheptegei died. And I'm looking at the national page 2 of the Standard because, this is still part of security, is it not?
It is.
And the murder of Cheptegei, we're looking at family in tears after Cheptegei succumbed to burns. She's a Ugandan athlete, Rebecca Cheptegei, yesterday succumbed to severe burns she suffered in an attack 6 days ago. Even as it emerged, she had feared for her life in recent months. You see, sometimes I sit back and I think, someone fears for their life, they feel threatened, they must have shared with somebody. Hopefully Kenyans listening go that direction. Share with somebody. Is it worth it? Do you get protected? Does anyone act when you raise an alarm?
I think this is very worrying, the trend that we're seeing. I mean, I saw yesterday, just reading through a number of things and how, of course, the femicide conversation comes up again, but then there are also athletes whose lives have been cut short. Athletes who are probably some of Kenya's best, I want to say exports without sounding insensitive, but in terms of what you put on the global scale, athletes are right up there. And then her life cut, sure, she's not Kenyan, but still, we're looking at the same idea that it's not the first time. We've seen a couple of other cases of athletes murdered in Kenya who are just in the prime of their career. So what's really happening here? And why is it that death or this kind of terrible, injurious harm is caused over, and it's usually over a tussle, land, love, children, and then life is cut short.
Mentioning love in there, it's Friday. I mean, allow me to bring it in. I was sitting back and thinking, where does it turnaround with someone you love, to the extent now we are either normalizing settling scores by taking a life. How did we get there? You know, is it that people do not find our justice systems efficient enough to work things out, or just walking out? Is it, what exactly is going on?
It's the mental health discussion rearing its head again.
Yep.
It is the mental health discussion rearing its head again, because there was a time we focused on it and we give it a lot of attention, and we have to do that again, because how do you explain a situation where there's a tussle and someone decides to go and buy kerosene or petrol, pours it on another human being, and lights that human being? You just tell me, what sort of thinking is that?
Insane.
What level of detachment or disassociation from reality do you have to take petrol, right, and douse somebody in it, and then go ahead to strike the match? It is not normal. It is not okay. And you cannot say that individual is all right. It is not.
But what if they get away with, do a mental assessment, I was not okay, so then you be a little lenient on me because I wasn't in my right mindset?
No, it's not an excuse at all.
Because they will check it out in the court and say, probably you were going through something, and now people are taking advantage of that.
Yes, the person will need to be taken for a mental assessment.
Okay.
That they have to.
But it doesn't excuse or justify the action, however.
No, it doesn't. Remember you see what we're talking about here, some could argue that the manner in which this crime was perpetrated, it was a crime of passion. What I'm talking about is not this particular event. I am talking about the increasing number of cases that we keep reading about, where people do some genuinely gory things. When you look at the trigger, you wonder, but why did this equal this? Okay, there are those who've argued that the dire economic situation that people find themselves in, the dire need to simply eke a living, and then there's the disassociation from any hope or expectations. When you find, for instance, the article I was looking at was actually the headline in the Star newspaper, and the people also have it. They say, big travel spends, why is Gashagua's office still on the spotlight? The people daily give details. Travels where, in the case of the people daily, they mention how the deputy president travels with a group of 32 people, then 29 people, then 27 people, and the expenses that were tabulated. And it represents this bizarre disassociation that those in the political class seem to have with the reality of people whose lives they're supposed to look after. You're told all manner of things, and those who are supposed to set the example do the complete opposite. There is a consequence for this. People lose hope. They say, nothing is going to change here. Now, when you get to that state of helplessness, believe me, the things that you will do is that, we normally say when somebody has nothing to lose. What the Gen Z were telling us was precisely that we can't put up with this anymore. We've reached it. It's and the leadership have just picked up from where they left it. It's like they didn't hear. It's like it meant nothing.
It was just a blip.
Yes. Now, the problem is they need to understand that more is coming. This is not me being a prophet. The very people who were protesting live in this country.
Right.
The problems they were facing that got them that problem, not have they persisted, they've gotten worse. And the conspicuous consumption and the bizarre manner of spending and just the wanton waste that those in leadership have exhibited has also gone up. So what do you think the citizenry think and see when they see all this?
See no evil, hear no evil, consequences follow.
A simple human being who goes out to get work, that work no longer exists. The work, you would walk 5 kilometers, at the end of the day you'll carry home some 500, 600. Yeah. That has ceased to exist. What do you think such a person is going to do with their lives?
And, it's not just that individual, isn't it?
No.
That individual has people that are depending on him or her. So then you will go home, that 500, 600 shillings that you were hoping to get, if it's been slashed or if you don't get it at all, there are people who are waiting for you. Can you imagine the level of frustration that you have? Again, this is not justification for any kind of action, right? But there is a heavy mental burden in the country at the moment. There is. Yeah. Okay, I mean, it still continues to be in the periphery of our story. City, another one from you?
Yes. This one is in the Standard. The one I mentioned, Ruto to return from China with billions in mega project pledges. Remember, the operative word here is not billions, it's pledges. Okay?
Okay.
Anytime there is a promise of pledges of money, I think we, the citizenry, have failed ourselves in not taking the time to understand the details of what it is that we are told we have. Because it's pledges and promises of this nature that gave us the SGR.
Mm-hmm.
It is promises of this nature that gave us the Golden Bug. Yes, if you're going back into it, it's because statements surrounding what later turned out to be a scandal began as something that was supposed to be beneficial and good. It always starts that way, okay? And then at the end of it, what you then realize was that the complete opposite of what you were told is what is actually happening. So when you're told that there are billions coming from China and that we have actually joined the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank,
right,
it means we can then borrow. When you borrow, you have to pay.
Of course.
We are a 13 trillion economy? Shillings, that is, of course, not billions economy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you tell me, if a 13 trillion shilling economy has a debt of what? We are at 11 trillion, if I got it right, was it not? So
everything you make.
Thank you so much. You've got it, haven't you?
Everything you make, you're paying it in debt.
Yes.
So
what
are you making?
Yes. No, but the silver lining here is if we are a 13 trillion economy, shilling economy, and we owe 11 trillion, okay. Do you see 11 trillion featuring? This is where I'm going with this story, okay? Because we've borrowed it. That's why we owe it.
For development.
For development. Okay. 11 trillion shillings. My friend, 11 trillion. What 11 trillion can do?
You, in the last 10 years, have you seen 11 trillion worth of developments in the country?
Why don't you start with the one? It's an easier figure to deal with.
1 trillion?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Have you seen 1 trillion?
Bear in mind that when you look at the amount of money counties are given, is it every year?
Yes.
It is. We are now at 400 billion.
Yeah,
okay?
But they're even removing it, reducing it.
But let's work with 400 billion. What it tells you is this,
Yeah.
It's 2.5 years, a trillion. 2.5 years of what you would give the counties.
Counties, yeah.
That's a trillion.
That's 1 trillion.
Okay. Now, you gave that for 2 years. Should the counties not thrive?
Yes.
No, but here we're talking about 11. So let's multiply that by 10.
110.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Because all I'm trying to tell you is that every time we hear of monies that are being borrowed, it adds to the debt that we already have, and it adds to the burden that we are to continue paying.
What if I look at the other side of the coin, City, with this travel to China and the expansion of the SGR conversation? From, Rironi, Mau Summit, Malaba Dual Carriageway, among other projects discussed. I remember asking Kenyans if they thought it was, a priority and a good decision to have this particular SGR extended. And a number of positive feedback came in saying, we need that. It's going to boost our economy. It's a very good move the president has made this far. I'm very curious to understand your thoughts on the same CT because, of course, it's a week-long trip. We also have the AU beat in it. Besides the loans, I'm actually looking at, okay, how about give it to him if it's about the SGR extension. I'm curious to understand what you think about it. I think it's positive. I think it's a good idea to open up the economy. But I do know where we started with the SGR, and if it's really been productive for that matter, could be another side of the debate.
This spending spree began in 2013 in the Uhuru era.
Yeah.
And we noticed the continuous spending and we complained. And didn't complain loud enough, clearly. Parliament kept increasing our ability to borrow. And it went on. It became a runaway train. It simply just kept shooting up and up. The borrowing, as you say correctly, is absolutely good. The borrowing for development is even better. All these things are good things. What causes consternation is that what it is meant for never happens. If it happens, it's a pale shadow of it. These issues of development and budgetary corruption have been with us for the longest time. It did not begin with the Uhuru government, neither did it begin with the Ruto government. We've had roads like Ngong Road, which were earmarked for being a dual carriageway. You do not know how long ago.
Is it finished?
I don't know.
There's
a limit to how much I can
especially at 6:45 a.m.
There are times that you simply say, okay, if it's finished, it's good. If it isn't, yes, because when it is a genuinely unpleasant thing when you have a leadership that have decided to be so blind to the needs of their people,
right?
And what they do not seem to get. If this money had been spent in this economy, we would not be a 13 trillion shilling economy. We would have been probably a 30 trillion shilling economy.
Easily without blinking.
Yes, because we would definitely have grown. So there would have been so much more.
Yeah.
And people's lives would have been so much better. That's the point.
You know, you just reminded me the words of the spokesperson just the other day, especially after Morara went hard with the government. And they said, now we're going to go on the ground and follow up closely what this guy is talking about. We will inspect as the government as well to just check it out. And I'm thinking, it is in these projects, some started and you've said the administrations keep changing, the government remains, and it is now you're thinking, we are going to go and follow up if they are really what he is saying. And in my head, I'm thinking, are we living in the same country? Did it have to take Morara to make noise and start an initiative to have them want to go and check it out?
Well, let me tell you.
We're losing billions.
You know Pipeline?
Yes, okay. I do.
There's a boss. Yeah? A parliamentary committee has ordered an inquiry into how over 426 million shillings of taxpayers' money was lost in the Kenya Pipeline Company's failed project to convert a 40-year-old pipeline from transporting petroleum products to carrying water for human consumption in the coast region.
What are you talking about?
Exactly that, my dear. Despite the project not materializing, public funds have been spent. In a heated session, the committee learned that the project was initiated without a proper feasibility study or approvals by the National Environment Management Authority. They said, why? Just spend the money. No problem. Kenya Pipeline cited a presidential directive as the reason for proceeding with the project. So the president said, go ahead. They said, okay, feasibility study out. NEMA, forget about it. President said, go. It was revealed that out of the allocated 745 million for the project, 426 million had already been spent. But there's nothing, okay? With Kenya Pipeline hard pressed to justify how this money was used, notably on unexplained per diems. 426 million shillings can be per diem. Isn't that nice? During the meeting.
Over what period of time? They don't stay. But go on.
During the meeting, Kenya Pipeline Managing Director Joe Sang faced intense questioning from the National Assembly Energy Committee. The committee sought to understand how the questionable project received approval in March 2022, just weeks before the general election and toward the end of former President Uhuru Kenyatta's tenure. The pipeline, intended to transport water from Zima Springs, located in Tsavo National Park, was to be operated jointly by Kenya Pipeline and the Coast Water Works Development Agency. The water agency was also responsible for maintaining the pipeline and its installations. At the time, Kenya Pipeline Managing Director Macharia Rungu, and the board was chaired by Rita Okude. Now, according to Sang, when we took office, we discovered that using the pipeline to transport water was not safe for consumption, hence leading to the project stoppage.
Really?
Pipeline previously used to transport what? Fuel. Now wanting to transport what? Water. So as the project was to start, then you would have said, how about we check and see if this pipeline from Zima Springs to Mombasa is safe. That is what a feasibility study then would have been able to bring out.
They threw it out.
No, but they said that the president said they can go ahead. MPs have learnt that the project may have been a case of putting the cart before the horse, resulting in the loss of millions in public funds. Despite KPC's admissions that 426 million had been spent on a project that never launched, the committee demanded clarity on how the funds were utilised.
When did this happen?
So the project began in March 2022 and was supposed to, move on into 2023. The money has been spent.
Well,
but there's no pipeline. Well, there's a pipeline, but there's no water. Passing.
I'm sorry.
I always have a problem sometimes with reporting. You know why?
Okay.
I worked in an industry where we once had to go before the Parliamentary Committee on Health to explain why we had 27 accounts.
Okay.
Yes, and they asked, and I think we corrected them and said actually they were a little more than 27.
Mm-hmm.
And the simple explanation was, every project that you have has to have an account. Donors do not want you to commingle funds.
Yes.
But the way it was presented, we were money laundering.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So whenever I hear that there is an entity that has specialized service like the Kenya Pipeline, and there are questions about it transporting water and what have you, the question I ask myself first is, does the reporter understand the various functions that that entity does?
Okay.
Do they understand the details of what constitutes what? Because as a layman, I can look at it and say, this is what it is. And yet when you ask the experts, they'll tell you, actually, yes, that's what it looks like. But it is actually this and this and this. I can explain. This I will verify by asking the person who is in charge of communication at Kenya Pipeline to come and explain. When they've explained it and I have heard it, then I'll believe what you have just read. Yes.
So now the quotes here from the individuals is that they were very clear that, they were asked to just go ahead as a presidential directive. But now later on, when they came and said, it may not be so safe to move water from Zima Springs through this pipeline to Mombasa, then the question has arisen, why didn't you do that study prior?
But sorry, go ahead.
No, the other question for me is there's something you have emphasized, if I got it right, and how the funds were utilized. I think, did it come out like that?
No, it is not clear how the funds were utilized. Of the 745 million shillings earmarked for this project, 426 million has already been spent.
Exactly.
It is not clear what the 426 million shillings has been spent on.
Which is my major concern. As far as, the reporter investigating further what that particular organization does, blah, 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 at least some sort of explanation should have come out so that I smile about it and appreciate the different things they will be doing. My concern, City, is as a reader, as a citizen, that part of money being utilized and I can't see what it's done is what I'm not comfortable with.
Money being spent and not being spent, those matters tend to be murkier than we think. And then murky in this sense, you may think it is one thing, but it is not quite what you think it is. You see, again, I preface what I was saying by giving an example of a field I worked in and how easy it was to misunderstand certain things. Kenya Pipeline has been in the news. We, the Standard, have featured them adversely on more than one occasion, okay? Now, I happen to have gone on a fact-finding visit to the pipeline. So I have an idea how pipeline works, okay? So when someone speaks about it, I draw on the knowledge that I have and I say, this may not be. And it's not that I was told. I have gone, I have seen. And it has been explained and I have seen.
All right.
So unless my faculties are faulty and I misunderstood everything that I was told, and that this person who's writing then who understands this thing better, and I didn't see them on that trip, then that's a completely different matter. There are many things that are associated with entities like Kenya Pipeline, whom we know make money. And there are misdeeds that have been associated with these entities. So for that reason, anytime anything is mentioned that seems untoward, it is a lot easier to believe it than to actually ask and say, look,
of course.
folks, Can we get a little more verification on this before we move forward with this?
Well, I think definitely clarity has to be sought on this exactly, because, I mean, we're getting into murky waters whereby we're going to say that well over half of the money that has been earmarked for a particular project has been spent, and then you don't see that project. So clarity from them, of course, definitely will be required. All right, we're getting to the top of the hour. Mpox, the virology of Mpox and how to deal with it is the conversation that we'll be having at 7 o'clock with Dr. Moses Masika, who is a virologist, and he'll be with us in the hot seat at 7. And as we get into those conversations, we see you guys all streaming in. Keep those comments coming in and keep into the conversation with us this morning. And we'll continue with that. On our live streams are up now, and I think we're fine. We'll talk in a minute. SpiceFM, KE on X, it's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. There will be no extension in the school calendar despite the teachers' strike. Education PS Billy Kipsang says teachers will have to use the time left to cover the syllabus and prepare students for exams.
We want to thank our teachers who are already preparing these kids. We know that we had some little challenges. We were opening schools, but again, we have agreed with our teachers that we shall try as much as possible to recover the week that we lost last week and ensure that our children are adequately prepared for the examination. We've decided that to consolidate and to be able to benefit from economies of scale, that instead of sending small amounts of monies to every other school, is that we shall send a certain component of that resource to the school, and we shall send a certain component of that resource to KISE so that they consolidate and be able to acquire the devices in large numbers, and that way we shall benefit from our economies.
The Ministry of Energy has announced its commitment to significantly reduce the occurrence of power outages nationwide. The ministry says that it has rolled out comprehensive strategies aimed at tackling challenges bugging the sector, including high electricity cost, grid reliability and poor consumer sentiment. With the announcement coming days after the country experienced yet another national blackout, the ministry stated that it is working to reduce the frequency of these blackouts, with Cabinet Secretary Pio Ndai even stating that the government has set up a special team to respond to blackouts in record time.
We have put in place measures and systems that would first and foremost mitigate against the blackouts. But if they happen, that there would be a system to respond swiftly. We put a lot of emphasis on the menace of illegal connection of electricity. And on this one, I want to appeal to the public generally to first and foremost understand that it is unpatriotic, it is illegal, and indeed risky for one to engage in illegal power connection.
50 to 70% of the outages that are localized are actually caused by trees which are close to the lines. I do remember, and I've received a few phone calls where people really resisted our efforts to remove the trees on the trees. But once we removed them, they again got back to us and told us, thank you so much, because since you removed them, we've hardly had any outage.
A heated debate has erupted among governors following the National Assembly's approval of the Division of Revenue Bill, with several county leaders voicing strong opposition to proposals that could reduce counties' equitable share of national resources. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja criticized the move, asserting that the Division of Revenue Act cannot be amended once approved. Governor Mutula Kilonzo Jr. echoed these concerns, warning that the proposals would undo progress in equitable revenue distribution. He reminded the Assembly that the Senate had previously agreed that no county should receive less than last year's allocation. Kilonzo Jr. also condemned Clause B of the bill, calling it unconstitutional and urging that the bill be returned to the Senate for reconsideration. This as the Commission on Revenue Allocation has defended the county governments against a proposal to reduce their budget by 20 billion. Speaking before the Senate Budget and Finance Committee, CRA Chairperson Mary Chebukati argued that there is no justification for cutting the budget allocated to the county government. At a meeting attended by the 20 governors, all were united in their opposition to the proposed budget cuts, warning of serious consequences for the operations of the county governments. And residents of minor slums in the outskirts of Nakuru town are demanding that the governor repairs roads they say hamper their quality of life. Now, they argue that the county has received over 800 million shillings for improvement of roads in the county, but that there is nothing to show for it.
Tunataka kukuuliza governor, uko na shilingi milioni 800 mwaka uliopita 2022-2023 ulikuwa na budget ya 383 million ya barabara. Huu mwaka uko na more than 400 million za barabara. Pesa zetu ziko wapi za barabara?
Barabara walichimbua na wako tutengenezea diversion. Sasa imejaa maji, kuna mamawe na hakuna kwenye tunaweza pita. Alafu wanataka tupite kwa hii lami, kwa hii barabara yenye wamechimbua kama ikiwa na hizo mashimo. Na tunawabeba wazazi wetu, tunaweza waangusha. Kuna Siberia, kuna Huruma, kuna Ukweli, bado kuna Sirare. Barabara zetu hazijatengenezwa.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the streets this morning. A quick start to Friday, where we had some traffic already starting to build on the Thika Superhighway, and that's just that survey as you get towards the CBD. Quick look also on Kangunda Road, and there's in and outbound traffic then touching on Outer Ring, and then coming in from the Eastern Bypass. Not too crazy though, but we're going to see that traffic build up. As you're coming out of Westlands, it's already starting to build. Gong Road already busy, coming in from Naivasha Road, and then that junction between Gong Road itself up there near coming through towards Dagoretti Corner, as well as Kikuyu Road. So apart from that, it's just a very little bit. Ongata-Rongai traffic is always crazy on Friday morning, and we're already seeing that building up. It's going to come out and connect with the Langata Road at some point, but it's starting to build. Just a heads up for what's going on around the city at this point. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7 after 7 on the 6th of September, and we're into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Hope everybody is doing well, and as we get into it, it's our Healthy Friday conversation that we're getting into, and we're looking at a matter that is a worldwide one, but then also localized, that is big enough for us to discuss in the early stages where we can talk about it, but very important for us to do so. And as we get into that, our guest for this hour is here, and we just want to say welcome to our audiences on our different live streams as we set the agenda in this conversation of The Situation Room. Our live streams are up on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, and on TikTok. And welcome to our audiences on KTN. Good to have you in the room this morning. And as we get into that, the last time we had a conversation was when a virus was doing the thing in Kenya and around the world. Dr. Moses Masika is our guest this hour, a virologist and also a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. He's here. Doctor, good morning.
Morning, Du. How are you doing?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm all right.
My goodness.
Yes. It's been a while.
It has been a very long time. And the last time you were here is when another disease was taking the world by storm.
Yes.
And here we are at the beginning of who knows another one. But hey, it's good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you for the invite.
Let's welcome you properly. Remember how we used to do it before? We still do it the same.
Yes. You guys have not seen me for years, but I see you almost every week. So.
Oh, well, see, that's a good thing.
Yes, I know your thing.
Okay. So
at least I think so.
The one for today is interesting. So CT has proverbs, and he's gone to Côte d'Ivoire this week. And then you tell us what you think about the proverb and how you'd interpret it.
Sure. Looking forward to hearing what he has.
This is our final proverb from the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. When the finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose. Indeed.
Interesting.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Well, I see two things there. That if you have a tool that you do not know how to use, you might just end up using it just for whatever is you can do with it. But also, a creature of habit tends to do what it likes to do. So that's my view, that there's an element of habit and also an element of maybe lack of a plan, like when you don't know what to do with something and you just do anything.
Indeed.
Yeah. I'm curious to hear, CT, your interpretation of that.
Mine is exactly like yours.
That's very unlikely. It's very unlikely.
The thing is this. When one looks at a proverb, the reason why we ask our guests is because we've realized the time that's how we get to enrich the diversity of interpretations that you can possibly have, because it doesn't have one interpretation.
True.
It is meant to signify, it's meant to communicate a message.
And that's why I wanted to hear yours, because I suspect it's different.
Okay. It means this, in my opinion.
Yes.
When you haven't planned specifically what you want to do, you will engage in very mundane activities that perhaps may have no meaning.
True.
Yes. Yeah. Like it's Friday and you don't have a plan. Okay. Someone calls you and tells you, Nani, tunaenda XYZ, kule nasikia utaenda. You had not planned for it.
I see.
And it may be out of town, fuel, money, expense. Come Monday wondering, where did that money of mine go? It went wherever it is, it went on Friday.
Because you didn't have a plan.
Because you didn't have a plan.
I agree with that too. So.
Yes.
Indeed. Okay. So we're getting into a conversation about where we know that plans then must be forged and must be followed. But let's start at the very beginning of this. And you're looking at this, and I think it's great from a pure science point of view in terms of what is happening.
Yes.
With Mpox. So we've seen some information. We've heard warnings from the Ministry of Health. Don't spread information about this, or don't give out any kind of opinions about this without facts. And I think that's why we want to have this conversation today, because we want to get some of the facts out there and share that information and knowledge. So what do we know so far about Mpox? And let's be Kenya specific, Dr.
Well, it's true that we need to only spread information that is useful. So, because from what we saw with COVID-19, information is powerful and it can pull apart or just basically disintegrate the entire plan for response. And I think Mpox, what we know is that it's what we call a zoonosis, which means a virus that is shared between man and animals. So it can be transmitted from animals to man, and also woman, and also backwards to animals. And for that reason, it has had a link with the wildlife for a long time. And over the last maybe 4 years, it has then crossed over into humans at a serious scale. But that is not to say that the virus is new. The virus has been recognized for maybe 5 decades now. Actually more, in humans at least 5 decades, because it was first detected in the 50s, late 50s in monkeys, and hence the initial name. And then in 1970, a 9-year-old boy in DRC was recognized to have it. At that time, it was important because people were mopping up smallpox. The world was on the verge of eradicating smallpox, and people were looking at what could be the last pockets of smallpox. And because monkeypox looks a lot like smallpox, when a 9-year-old boy in DRC, which was then Zaire, presented with something similar, it caused a lot of interest. But in the country, then today we've had a few cases, I think 4 confirmed cases. And other than the fact that these cases we think have had a link with any of the other countries with monkeypox, I do not have information onto their personal details or whatnot, so I cannot really look at the risk factors that they have exposed them, which would be important for us to interpret how they got exposed. But I think we know the situation is that a lot of people are getting exposed through direct contact. And this direct contact could be a handshake, a hug, a kiss, sexual contact with somebody who is infected, or with something that has been contaminated. So it could be a towel, it could be a surface like a seat or a table, it could be a towel, anything that could be contaminated. And personal items especially should not be shared, like bed sheets and towels. And also there could be a few cases also of, other than personal contact, also of what we call droplets. As I speak or as I breathe next to you, I expel some small droplets. Those droplets could have virus, and that will then infect the person nearby. Of course, there were a few cases before which we thought came from animals, but right now most of the cases are being transmitted through human-to-human contact. There's also a risk of passing this from a mother who is pregnant to the child, so that has been reported in a few cases. So these are the routes of transmission. We know in Kenya there are already a few cases that have been confirmed. A lot of suspected cases have been ruled out, which is a good thing, but we need to keep vigilant, because the fact that it's just across our borders and with a lot of connections socially with and also by trade with these other countries, if we are not careful, of course, we could have a similar situation. As you know, in DRC now we have 20,000 plus cases. Burundi has quite a number of cases. And so this being our neighbors, and the fact that the disease is being transmitted human to human very easily, gives us cause for concern, and to be careful and to plan for it.
When you say confirmed, what is it that must happen? What is done? What are the indicators of this confirmation?
So first, what happens is that you present to a facility or to a healthcare worker with what they think is monkeypox. There are symptoms that would suggest that. And then they pick a sample from you. There are several samples. The best is a swab of the lesions on the skin. That is the most definitive. And these are taken to the National Public Health Lab, which is in Nairobi. But we now have many labs that eventually, if there is need, that we are using for COVID, if there is need, those can also be used. But currently the National Public Health Lab is the one that has the right reagents and the right skill to test. And they do a PCR test. So that PCR test will confirm indeed whether what you have is monkeypox, because there are things that look like monkeypox that somebody could want to confirm is it's really a monkeypox or is it something else.
What are these things that look like monkeypox?
The most interesting is myiasis. Myiasis is, I don't know if you've seen the flies that lay eggs into the skin of dogs. Can also be in, can also be in the skin of humans and also other places. So they make a punctate or a lesion on the skin, a swelling on the skin that has an opening. And that is very similar.
It's like it has an eye.
Yes, because that egg that now becomes larvae has a spiracle or a breathing apparatus, which then is exposed for the larvae to breathe, and that is what might look like the same lesions or the pox lesions. But also there are other things like what we call chicken pox, although they are very different viruses. Sometimes they may have lesions that look like
a lesion is what, a swelling?
A swelling, yes. Like a rash. Yes. So yes, but you can see that some of them are very different, because even for monkeypox has very different rash presentation. It can be flat, just like a change of skin. It can then become raised, which means it's swelling, but it's a bit hard. And then over time, it may become filled with fluid. And then that fluid may later become pus.
But if there's no lesion,
yes,
and yet somebody has monkeypox,
yes,
what is it that would eventually take someone to hospital?
Right. Yes. Now, there are many people who may develop monkeypox but not have symptoms, especially where people have been exposed before in the DRC, because it means they could have some immunity to monkeypox. And also people who were born, I think, before 1978 in Kenya, we used to have people getting the smallpox vaccine. It's possible that CT is smiling with a reason. That may offer some protection. But for most people, who have symptoms, they'll have a lesion, even one. And it could be in places that are not easy to see. And if they have a single lesion, that may be sufficient to present to hospital, because if it's in a, for example, in a situation where it in the urethra or in the genital area where it causes a lot of pain, then they may go to hospital. But it's true there are people who may also get a lesion in the hand and it goes without them going to hospital.
Right.
Yes.
So okay. Because I'm curious, because of course people are avoiding any sort of panic.
Yes.
But it's important to understand the vaccines.
Yes.
Because following what I have seen from research, but we're glad you're here.
Yes.
We're looking at this vaccine that can be administered after a person has been in contact with someone who has Mpox. We're looking at post-exposure prophylaxis, and I just want to understand if we have that vaccine and what needs to be done maybe in as early as now,
yes,
if anyone can be protected, because this might be or is an outbreak in the making.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's good to note at the outset that the vaccine we have is actually meant for smallpox.
Okay.
But because Mpox and smallpox are in the same family, they present an opportunity for us to prevent them with a similar vaccine. And we've seen, as I was saying before, that especially in the DRC, where this smallpox, monkeypox has been circulating for years. I mean, from 2003 onwards, we've had at least 100 cases almost every year, sometimes 1,000. So it was shown that people who had been vaccinated before were protected in a way. They were not at a risk of infection with Mpox, and that informed the choice for the world to use the smallpox vaccine to prevent monkeypox or Mpox. And what you're describing, that people are getting as post-exposure, is one of the ways to give this vaccine. It worked also for smallpox in the sense that if somebody here, for example, myself, I get Mpox, the people I've been in touch with are the first people to get vaccinated, and that's called ring vaccination, the people around me, and that protects you guys from developing the symptoms and also developing the infection, because it takes up to 21 days. It could be as short as 4 days. It takes up to 21 days to develop symptoms. On average, 10, maybe 12 to 14 days, about 2 weeks. So that period of incubation, that period before we develop symptoms, is an opportunity for us to protect you using a vaccine, and that is what has been used. And the technique is called ring vaccination, where you look at people who have been exposed and give them. And people, so your contacts would also get the vaccine. So you can decide to go 1 or 2 or 3 contacts after exposure, and that protects the people who may be exposed. And that helps because you prevent Masika from then spreading Mpox to his contacts.
Okay, so why is it would appear as though you can actually bring in some interventions that would then be able to sort out, onward infection. But let's look at some of the symptoms and what they are.
Yes.
So that we know what it is that if you were to start feeling a certain type of way, then okay, it's not just the flu that's going to pass by Monday, but what it is that, you're feeling.
Yeah. Well, one of the things also to say is that the symptoms, other than the rash, are very, you cannot really tell whether it's monkeypox, because it could be something like a headache, a fever, body aches, generalized body aches. Some people complain of being extremely tired, and swelling of lymph nodes. CT, maybe you can tell me how to describe lymph nodes more easily. But usually these are the round glands that are on the neck, usually on the neck, or behind the jaw, below the jaw, and sometimes in the thigh, just near the groin, especially if, for example, you have an ulcer. So these are part of the body's defense system, and they mop up germs in the system, and when there's something to mop up, they swell up.
Do they feature also somewhere near the armpit?
Yes. They are in many parts, including the rest of the body, but the ones that we tend to notice, even the tonsils are part of that system.
Yes, I was going to ask about that. Okay.
So when that swells, that's also one of the signs. But really the most definitive sign we see is the rash. And the rash can also be very different. So as I was explaining before, the rash that we see that is caused by pox is one that is a swelling that is raised. It could be a centimeter or less, and it has a hole in the center, like a dimple.
Okay.
And so that is the classical lesion. But there could be others where you find just change in color, raised but hard, no fluid inside. And sometimes the lesions are hard to find because some people have these lesions in the genital areas. So, for example, if you're screening people at the border and you're looking for lesions, unless you tell somebody to strip down completely, you may not see them.
You may not see them.
So it could be that, because the lesions start at the point of exposure. If somebody touched, if I shake your hand and you have mpox, my lesions will start on the hand that shook you. If it's a lab person or a doctor who pricks themselves, then the site of the prick is where the first lesion occurs. If it's somebody who got exposure through sexual contact, then the organ that they used for sexual contact, and this could be several, then that have the first symptoms. It could be the mouth, it could be the genital area, the anus, the hand. So all those are seen. So depending on which part got exposed first. It is also possible to have, as I said, droplets, and in that case, the oral area, especially the throat, gets affected first, and then these lesions might start then from the face and then spread downwards.
I know we're
so
talking
they can
about
occur anywhere.
So I know we're talking about the lesion, but it would appear though that it's most likely that if one is infected with mpox, that you will have a lesion.
Yes, not 100%.
But I mean, you said that,
yes, but
most likely. It would be the thing that would differentiate it between that and just a common cold or flu. Because with the flu, you're going to have all these other symptoms that you mentioned. You will have the aches and pains, you'll have the headache, a bit of a runny nose, whatever.
Yes.
So we're saying that the differentiating factor here is that you somewhere, you will have a lesion, and that's what would now cause you to go in and ask.
For most people, yes.
Okay.
But that's also to remember that there are people who will not have any symptoms. So they may have it and we will not know. And they fight it, because this generally is a self-limiting illness, in the sense that within 2 to 4 weeks, you have cleared everything, no scars, back to business. So for most people, that is the case. But a few people may get more severe illness if it goes into the brain. And causes swelling of the brain, if it goes into the lungs, if it goes into sometimes even the eyes, if it is in the genital area, because when things swell up there, you can imagine having difficult peeing or urinating, so the urinary passages may become quite inflamed, and that causes a lot of pain. That will definitely take somebody to hospital. Same thing to the anal region, and also other places which may swell up. So different organs may be affected.
We live in a dangerous world, don't we?
My goodness.
Yes. Yes.
And
it's not safe.
It has never been.
It's never been. And in fact, as Dr. was speaking here,
but we live regardless.
You know how Kenyans would get comfortable and say, this is nothing close to COVID, you'll get better and go about your life. But I like that you've mentioned that it can get a bit extreme.
Yes.
And I'm just curious, what other effects would it expose the skin to? Past the cracking and falling off?
Yes, that's a very good point, because a lot of people who have died in DRC are children. And what happens that these lesions expose them to other infections, especially from bacteria. Because the skin is your first defense. It protects you from other bugs. And so when the skin is broken, other germs get into the system, and a lot of kids will die from those infections. So that means that we need to observe certain people in hospital, or especially when the lesions are generalized, so that they do not then go into this broken skin leading to super infection with bacteria, because that will cause them systemic or a bigger illness in the body that can cause them to die. Can cause their organs to shut down, and eventually you die. A condition we call sepsis. Again, I'm trying to get a simple word for it, but basically you have bacteria in your blood that causes your organs to shut down. Yeah.
Okay.
If we are not treated, of course it's treatable. So that's the point of going to hospital.
So I wanted to get to the treatment, and then some of the interventions that are taken now to essentially sort of, because the virus, you can only treat symptoms. It's going to come and go, right?
Yes.
But before that, and I thought it was very interesting to look at it from a virologist or doctor's point of view, that if I present in hospital, what would they look at and say, okay, in this case, it's best for us to then test for mpox.
Yes.
If we don't see anything beyond just, if you keep coming back with those symptoms, how do I know that at this point I must test for mpox? Like around the time for COVID, everybody was sneezing, coughing all over the place. When you went into the first thing they're going to ask you is, all right, let's do a COVID test, right? So then at this point, where some people could be symptomless, you have one lesion somewhere, or a rash somewhere, asymptomatic. Thank you. How would a doctor at that point say, okay, let's rule everything out and let's test for Mpox?
I think this now comes in the training of the healthcare worker because there's an element we call suspicion. And even somebody without the rash, you could take other samples, especially from the throat, because that's one of the places that the virus is really multiplying a lot. And so depending on the exposures, depending on what profession does this person do, how many people are they exposed to in a day, how closely do they interact with these people, then the clinician or the person seeing them, they could then decide from a clinical point of view to test even if they have no rash. And that is what healthcare workers are trained to do, where we usually say that you need to have a high suspicion index so that you know in certain situations what to look for. So that's part of it. But then it also means there are people who could slip through without being detected, which is what happens in many of these viral illnesses that we don't routinely test for. A lot of people just get treated for a fever and they go home and they get better. But then when you find somebody who is, as you say, in certain risk profile or certain presentations, then the healthcare worker can take a look and say, this person, let's test for Mpox. But then most of the time now, it's being tested based on presentation. Yeah, because that's the biggest thing, because then you have so many people with fever, so many people with joint pain, so many people with lymph node or swollen glands. It's impossible to test all of them.
Yeah. Let's take a break at this point and come back and look at some of the treatments and interventions that are being used, whether it's treating symptoms and how long it will take to go away. Again, I mean, the warning from the Ministry of Health is that you can't spread information about stuff that we do not know. Interventions are being put in place for screening and testing and things like that. And there's also talk of vaccines for the future, but it's just being careful beyond anything else. Dr. Moses Masika, a virologist, is our guest this hour, and we're just looking at Mpox, what we know and things that we're being asked to be careful about, and just an understanding of what's happening with the infections and the rises that we see in different parts of the region, and then also some of the confirmed cases that we see in Kenya. It's 7:30. The conversation continues when we take a first break to look at traffic and weather, and we'll be back in a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. The weather with Spice FM.
All right, looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 14 degrees. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 13. Lows of 13 in a sunny Nakuru, going to highs of 23. And we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 14 in a cloudy Nyeri at 15. It's 13 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 12. And we're looking into a sunny Mombasa at 23 with highs of 29. Malindi at 24 is sunny, highs of 29. And at 19, it's cloudy in Eldoret, in Kisumu with highs of 29. While we'll see highs of 28 in a cloudy Kakamega at 18. Kampala is sunny at 18, highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam sunny at 23 with highs of 29. 13 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25 and lows of 11, while Mogadishu at 26 is sunny with highs of 30. It's 13 and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 23 and lows of 11. We're looking at Lagos, and it's mostly cloudy at 24 with highs of 30, and into Kinshasa at 23, cloudy with highs of 31 and lows of 22.
spice up your life.
It's not so busy in the city this morning. I think everybody's moving and getting where they need to go without a problem. Just some traffic here and there coming off of the Eastern Bypass. All the way from Rai Junction, we'll see some trickle of traffic coming in. We're going to touch a little bit on Outer Ring and then also on Jogo Road. It's getting into the city. We're also seeing traffic coming off of Thika Superhighway, getting out towards Wangari Maathai Way. It's going to get a bit sticky as you touch on Chiromo. And then also inbound traffic from Waiaki Way is busy. Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, that's all starting to do the thing as well as on Limuru Road this morning. We will see heightened traffic right around United Nations Avenue. All to watch. We're getting into traffic hour now. Let's see what happens as we do. And we'll talk in the meantime as we keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our Healthy Friday conversation this morning continues at 26 minutes to 8 o'clock. Dr. Moses Masika is our guest this hour, and we're looking at Mpox and what we know. Again, I think it's very important for us to keep saying here that it's not to raise an alarm or to spread any kind of propaganda, but it is important that information of what we know should be shared and how we can actually protect and take care. Within no time, Dr. Masika, if we're going to use COVID, because that was the one that kind of set the bar or set precedent for a lot of things that we did after when it came to disease control. Yeah. And in no time, there was erection of water canisters everywhere. People were washing their hands. There was sanitizer all over the place, and people were spraying everything into the air to make sure that you were safe. You touch something, you spray it. You speak into a microphone, you spray it. And it just became a thing that in markets, we saw water canisters everywhere. And it just became, everybody was aware. This also a virus, Mpox, but we've not gotten to the place whereby it has, shaken everybody up to want to start doing things like that. But are we not just in a place whereby personal hygiene, whether you like it or not, must be paramount, especially when we're looking at the spread of viruses, of which this is one?
Yes, it's good you bring that parallel up, because a lot of the things we did for COVID-19 would help us in responding to Mpox. And especially this, should I call personal hygiene habits, like washing our hands frequently, making sure the surfaces that we're interacting with every day are properly cleaned, avoiding sharing of personal items, things like towels, utensils that are not cleaned up properly. So when you have personal hygiene taken care of, there are very many other infections you prevent, not just Mpox, not just COVID-19. A lot of common colds, a lot of diseases that cause diarrhea can be prevented just from hand washing. And so that should be our way of life. There are places that people for a long time now, for decades, so don't shake hands much or at all. And of course, that may not work for us here in Kenya and many parts of Africa, because that's is sort of embedded in our culture. But we saw during COVID-19 that going down a lot. So in terms of personal hygiene, in terms of cleanliness, in terms of simple measures that go a long way, this is one of them. Hand washing, making sure your spaces are clean. And that will prevent a lot of spread. The other thing that COVID helped us to do was to set up a system of facilities, both lab and health facilities, that would then help us if we need to isolate people, if we need to test people for Mpox. So that helps us, and that is still in place. It's just that, of course, we would need to obtain reagents for testing Mpox. So in terms of drawing a parallel COVID-19, that is true. But also, besides what we did for COVID-19, the information now needs to be focused on Mpox. There may not be a concern, yes, but globally we've seen the World Health Organization and Africa CDC release what we call public health emergency of international concern, which shows you the level of concern is high, because we saw in 2022-2023, Mpox spread to close to 120 countries, causing close to 100,000 cases. There were a few deaths, but then this shows you within 2 years a disease that previously had only been restricted in a few countries, DRC, a few cases Nigeria, then spreading to so many other parts of the world in a very short time. That is a cause for concern, because every time a virus is spreading, every time it creates a new generation of itself, there's a risk for mutation, and that change can make it more effective in infecting humans, because we know the earlier versions of mpox were mostly transmitted from animal to human, and they were not as efficient spreading from human to human, but the newer variants, so the newer clades we are seeing, are easier to transmit between man to man or between humans, and that is a cause for concern, because if we give it the chance to keep spreading, then there's no telling what could happen in future as the virus gets more, changes more, because every time a virus makes a copy or makes copies, there's a risk that it will change.
But there is this subject that came up when we're dealing with COVID.
Yes.
Herd immunity.
Yes.
Now, is there any benefit to us being exposed to all these very dangerous microbes?
Well, for COVID-19, what we saw is that, yes, eventually most people, even in Kenya, got exposed to COVID.
Yes.
But what the measures did was to slow it down, so that if you have so many people exposed to COVID, you know a few are going to be extremely sick and they require hospitals. So instead of exposing 10 million people at once, you expose 1 million every month for 10 months. So that way you can treat those that get sick. But if you have all of them coming to the hospital, then you have more deaths, because people who need beds, people who need oxygen don't get it. And that is what helped us with COVID-19, that the measures that were put in place slowed down that exposure. So it occurred over years instead of months, and that reduced the number of people who suffered especially severe illness and death, because then we were able to manage better. Of course, we still lost a number of people, quite a number, which was sad, but it shows you that if we didn't do anything, that situation would have been worse.
Now, what do vaccines do exactly?
So for mpox, herd immunity might work better, because then the mpox does not change as much as COVID-19. We know that even if you got COVID-19 last year, you could still get it because it has changed so much. With mpox, there's a good chance that if you got it before, if you got the smallpox vaccine, you're protected, because the changes are much slower. The virus does not change as much as the COVID one. Now, for vaccines, for vaccines, when somebody is given this vaccine, it introduces a part, something that looks or similar to the virus, but not the virus, and that whatever is introduced, we call it an antigen. Whatever part of the virus or part that looks like the virus is introduced makes your body respond as if you've been infected. It's like tricking the body to produce defense for an infection that is not there.
Okay.
And then the antibodies will protect you in future if the virus comes knocking.
Does it not also work if you are actually infected?
Now, if you're infected and you survive, or you pull through the infection, you actually have good protection.
Okay, now let me just use a layman's understanding of this.
Yes.
The more I'm exposed to diseases, the more I'm exposed to these microbes, the more I survive, the better my immune system.
That's a very good argument, but it only works in as much as you survive. But you do not know who among us here, if we get exposed to mpox, will get brain swelling, for example, if at all. So you do not want to take that risk. It's the same way you can say, for example, if we pick 100 Kenyans, and for example, all of them are infected with mpox, one of them might die. So instead of exposing the 100 to mpox, we, for example, give them a vaccine. If at this point, I'm assuming that the vaccine is appropriate for them, that's another discussion, then none of them dies, but all are protected. So it's about, yes, you can get protected by exposure, but you do not want to risk the going to the extreme.
Actually, exposure is not something you want.
Yes.
That's the whole thing. It's a perchance. You know, you're going about your business.
Yes.
And you get exposed. You're in a crowded public vehicle. Or all these things that happen.
Yes.
The reason why I'm asking this is because the predictions that were given, now this borders on the frontiers of conspiracy theory.
It's good to discuss them, because a lot of people are discussing.
Yes, but I have to preamble it that way.
Yes.
That the predictions for this continent with regard to COVID that we're probably all going to die.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or that we would be the hardest hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
The complete opposite happened.
Yes.
And one saw the struggles we had with getting the vaccines, the things that we're doing. And yet, we have countries that were far better prepared.
Yes.
That's why people died like flies.
Yes. So there were several elements to that. One is that initially when these predictions were being made, we did not fully understand COVID-19.
And we or the people who are making the predictions?
I mean the world, all scientists and everyone, because it was being made very early. But then later we observed that when COVID-19 strikes, there were certain people who are likely to die, and these were people who are much older, people with other infections of the heart, of the lungs, and other chronic infections. And in Africa, we know the median age is 19, as compared to many other parts where in the world it's 35 and above. So that helped us a lot. But more importantly, there was very slow seeding, meaning that Africa took a longer time for everybody to be infected as compared to other parts of the world. Wow. For one is the interconnectivity, it's very poor. Today, or actually at the time when I checked, out of 100 people in the air, 100, what are they called? Passengers in the air.
Right.
Only 3 were coming to Africa. So it means out of 100 COVID-19 cases in the air, only 3 might end up in Africa. You know the difficulties, for example, from Nairobi going to some of the parts of the country. It's not something you do every day. Some of us travel to these places. It's a ceremony. So this connectivity, as compared to Europe, for example, where it's very easy to connect between cities and people are living in cities much more than in the rural areas. The urbanization, basically, the number of people living in urban centers is much higher. We've seen it play out. And it's also been seen with Mpox. As I said, with Mpox, there have been outbreaks every year since 2003. But many of these are in a remote village somewhere in the jungle in the DRC. When this is limited to a small village, it doesn't get to a city like Bukavu or Kivu, another city, then it dies out because of the poor connectivity. It takes, for example, where this outbreak in Congo started, a place called Kamituga in eastern DRC, it's probably the same distance from Nairobi to Nakuru, but it will take you 37 hours to Kinshasa by road.
Yeah.
So that tells you the interconnectivity, as really the poor interconnectivity has protected us in the past from Mpox until it gets to the cities and then it spreads out to the rest of the world. So Africa did get these cases. We did have mortality that we actually had deaths that were not accounted for, yes, but the thing that helped us was the slow seeding, that the infections did not occur all at once, they occurred over time, and the latter variants were not as severe as the first ones because they had gotten sort of weaker, not really weaker, but milder in terms of severity.
But if they're mutating, it means they have learned, and they've this living organism is seeking to survive.
Yes.
So how does it adapt to a weaker self? That will guarantee that it will not survive.
It's actually a smart self, because let me give you an example of oral sores. You've seen the things that people get on the mouth.
Oh, yes.
If you are to guess how many Kenyans have it, how many have it?
I know one.
But very few die. Actually, maybe 80%.
What we call cold sores.
Yes, maybe 80%. Now, that virus is very smart because it infects you for the rest of your life. It doesn't kill you. What gives that an opportunity to transmit to many other people? It's a herpes virus. To transmit to many other people. But if a virus, that means you'll have more cases of it. But if a virus is killing you in 3 days, 5 days, then it means it will not be transmitted to many people. First, you're very sick. So when you're very sick, people stay away from you. And you also know you are not interacting with so many people. You are maybe bedridden. And so the viruses that are selected, it's natural selection. The viruses that are selected are the ones that are transmitting easily, but are not killing very fast. Because if you kill very fast, you have a shorter period to infect other people.
All right.
Yes.
I'm seeing this quote by Wayne Dyer saying a virus has 3 purposes: to duplicate, to infiltrate, and to spread from one host to the next. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
But he continues to say, ultimately, even a single virus can shut down an entire system. This is where I'm going with this.
Yes.
I know we have vulnerable citizens in this country, humans for that matter, children.
Yes.
You imagine during COVID-19 how we had to make sure that schools are adjusting very quickly to ensure that these children who hardly understand what exactly is happening are protected. I appreciate the vaccine. You talked about the chicken pox and etc. Vaccine, is it
smallpox?
Smallpox.
Yes.
But now the concern I would ask is as a lay person,
yes,
because people are concerned. You know, like when you have homa, let me just say homa.
Yes.
People say, "Oh, don't play in the cold. It might make it worse." Tonsillitis. Please don't take too much sugar. Avoid cold areas, or if it's too hot, etc. Do you think there are regions in the country, or certain weather patterns that would propel this virus multiplication or anything of the sort? If it's a myth, then you can also let us know that it is just a myth and clarify that kind of conversation to us and the listeners.
I'll split your question into two. One is whether it's true common cold viruses replicate faster in the cold, and it's true because different viruses require different conditions to make copies. So common cold viruses will replicate when it's cooler, and that's why they're in the openings in the mouth and the breathing passages where you're breathing in cold air. So when the air is colder, usually we say it's around 33 degrees Celsius and our body is 37. So that then increases their multiplication. But for Mpox, that is not the main driver. For Mpox, what we are seeing is that anybody gets infected because of contact. So if you come into contact with somebody who is infected, then that is the only risk. It doesn't matter the weather, because this virus is being seeded directly on your skin or other organs. It could also be the lining of the mouth or other parts of the body. Then it will multiply. Whatever temperature, unless you are protected by some previous, like say smallpox vaccination in 1972, like CT. So
I've heard him.
Severally?
Yes.
The point here is that the temperature will not really protect you. It's the other measures that you take.
So everyone ought to be vigilant. Everyone ought to do what they ought, take care of yourself, wash your hands, your hygiene, and
avoid contact with people who may be infected. There are also measures for people who are infected they should take, but also for the individual, having the right information to know that you can get this through a person who is infected, through sexual contact, kissing, through handling animals, although in Kenya we haven't seen so much in animals, and also through droplets. Like if I'm speaking close to you, it could be 2-3 meters. Then that having that information, then you take measures to protect yourself.
Speaking of information, I am very big on this. We are lucky to have you. Listen to you in English and sometimes read Kiswahili. I'm curious because there's so many other Kenyans who are watching and all they know how to speak is their vernacular. You're a lecturer as well. So as a Kenyan, now I'm not asking you because of your medical background. You know, when COVID happened, there was a lot of speculation, misinformation. We don't want to do the same thing, and that's what MOH is saying. Do not spread panic. We need to get this information to the grassroots. To the woman in Rarieda. For example. What do you think, or how do you think we're doing as a country, besides just having you on SpiceFM today? And what better way should this be done?
One plus is that over the last 5 years, I think, even just pre-COVID, we've had a lot of the mainstream media having dedicated desks to science and health, which is a good thing. But a lot of these, as you say, are in English, some in Swahili. Then what I've seen also a few in vernacular, but I'm not so sure how far they go because then I don't understand all the vernaculars, maybe just one. So I think that focus into having first the ministry's messages, because the ministry has released clear messages. You can see them on Twitter. I've seen some even on KBC. Having those translated into different languages. We saw the Gen Z movement translate what was this document they translated in so many languages?
The finance
bill. So we could have very short messages, I think, that are also translatable. It's difficult. For example, I was trying to find out the name for smallpox in different languages. I don't know if you guys know it in your languages. One of the names I was given is Amachonjolo, which stuck. I think it's a Nyore word, but I know the other languages that have it.
And the viruses.
Because the virus, the Mpox itself being new in Kenya, will not have a vernacular name. It's not existed before, but we have similar names that we can use to explain it. So I think that that effort needs not just to be left to mainstream media, but also to other people like us who are tend to struggle a lot to translate our science and English into vernacular, into English.
The vernacular language I subscribed to had an encompassing word that described ailments that could not be understood clearly.
Yes.
Yamo.
How would you translate it to English?
Yeah.
The wind.
The wind.
Yes. Yeah, when somebody is afflicted with the disease and they don't quite know, they don't know this one is the wind.
That's interesting.
That's actually very interesting because in my language as well, the word for virus is something that passes in the air.
Okay, and in this case, it's actually true that you can, through droplets, which is like, droplets are a bit heavy, so they may not go beyond 5 meters, but they are somehow airborne for a feeling.
Okay, let's look at some treatments that, interventions that are made for, the virus. Of course, we know with the common cold, you treat the symptoms, you treat the headache, you treat the sniffles, etc. But for this, what happens? And where we look at, and from what you've said, treatment manageable, but at the same, we can actually recover from the virus. We're not looking at, high percentage or likelihood of death, like in Ebola, for example.
Yes.
But so what treatments are available? Do you sleep in hospital? Can you get a dose, go back home? What kind of thing happens?
And also, if does it recur?
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that was one question that's come up from the comments that we've seen this morning. That can you get reinfected with mpox?
Generally, we haven't seen cases of reinfection. Again, because recurrence occurs for viruses that mutate so much more that they change, and by the time they come back, like common cold viruses and corona, they change so much. By the time it goes around and comes back to it's a different animal. But for mpox, that has not been observed. I think we can't rule it out in cases where somebody has very weak immune systems, weakened by drugs or weakened by other conditions in the body. Then in that case, because you have lost your defense, it could recur. But that's not generally true for most people. Now, the management is good to know that going to hospital helps most conditions. Even for Ebola, initially that had 90% killing rate. When you go to hospital, that is reduced to like 30%. So it's deadly, yes, but going to hospital and getting the right management helps to reduce your risk of death. Mpox will be self-limiting in a sense that within 2 to 4 weeks, you have healed completely almost. But going to hospital helps you first to get the right information, to get tested to confirm, and also to isolate or guide you in how to protect the people you care about and the people you're interacting with. So you will go to hospital. You going to hospital will help you and the people around you. And what you get when you go to hospital is supportive care. Supportive care means you have fever, you get treatment for fever. You're in pain, you get treatment for pain. If any of your lesions are infected by any other bacteria, then that could also be taken care of, especially for children. And if you need advanced management, especially for the complications, like we said, if it gets into your lungs, in your brain, into your eyes, into your urinary passages, then you get treatment for that. There are antiviral agents that are specific to smallpox that have been tried for mpox. They have been shown to have some benefits in some cases, but it's not guaranteed that in this current outbreak that they'll be useful. But I'm sure that could be explored when it becomes necessary. There are a few drugs that have been used before to treat smallpox that people think may be beneficial to mpox, but especially when started early. But those are not the main option for us now. The main option for us now is supportive care, where we treat the symptoms to make you comfortable and also manage you. So for example, if somebody today has those lesions, they advise to stay at home in a room where they don't interact too much with others. Avoid breaking the lesions, because when you break them, you could release the viruses into the environment and into the people around you. Also, people taking care of you need to make sure they are protected, either using gloves or even a mask. And yourself, you should also use a mask so that you don't you don't release any droplets to the people around you. So the main thing is to have this information that even as you're on treatment, you need to be isolated until all the lotions, all the rashes have scabbed off and the scabs have fallen off, so that you're no longer infectious.
Could I speak for expectant mothers? There's this fear of, I don't know, what is the connection between, is it anything that might happen to your child, stillbirths, etc.? Or what is really the concern? What should expectant mothers know?
So first of all, for people who are for most people who are healthy, mpox will probably clear off. But for specific people, especially pregnant mothers, very young children, and people who have weak immunity, they are at risk of the more severe forms. So that is one thing. The fact that you're pregnant may expose you to the risk of a more severe illness, and there's also a risk that you may transmit the virus to the child. So that's in the fetus, the child in the uterus. So the unborn child. So for you to protect the child or to be advised on what to do, you then need to be at hospital so that both the mother and the fetus can be monitored. Yes.
Okay. I think the overriding message here that we're hearing is that for prevention, cleanliness and hygiene is key. Just a couple last words from you, Daktari, in terms of what we just need to watch out for. I don't think we are at alarm status. I know that there were colors that were being given at some point, yellow, orange, red, but for Kenya at this point, even with the high passage we're seeing in and out, there's vigilance that's being done. MOH has put in, I think, certain safeguards already, and we may not be seeing, huge messages across board, but there's still the vigilance that has been set up. But then one thing that individuals and communities can even start to think about, what would some of those be?
Yeah, I mean, it's good that the ministry has taken measures to protect us by screening people at the borders and also setting up systems for managing this. That's good. The people now individually, you need to know that your exposure comes through interacting with many people. So if, for example, if it's sexual contact, that needs to be kept in mind that the more sexual partners you have, the greater the risk. If you are interacting with people who are traveling a lot, interacting especially in the hospitality industry, they need to take measures to make sure if somebody is exposed or infected, then you are not, you reduce the risk of infection. So if, for example, you give the incidence of washing hands, but also those handling like linen or bedding and other personal items, especially in the hospitality industry, should take care as they do that. Maybe use even gloves as they clean them. People in the healthcare sector who are handling the patients, who especially collecting samples or specimens, treating them, caring for them, including people who are caring for sick people, also need to take measures to protect themselves. Yeah, but generally we need to keep in mind, but this disease is through close contact with others, and so we need to be mindful of who we interact with closely.
Indeed.
Yes.
Dr. Moses Masika, virologist and research scientist, thank you for being here with us this morning. Very great insights into just taking care of ourselves and seeing, what will happen in the future, knowing that whatever happens, we can all be protected. And so this information is very important. Thank you for being here. Talk again soon in the near future, hopefully not too far like the last time.
Thank you for having me. It's probably because you guys always invite me when there's a virus. It's better when it's far apart.
Okay, then. Yes. All right. Good morning.
Yes.
It's 8 a.m.
So we should imagine when there's a
Spice up your life.
Newswire, I'm Dennis Aseto. We start the bulletin on a sudden note where at least 16 pupils are reported dead following a fire outbreak in one of the dormitories at Hillside and the Russia Academy in Nyeri County. Sources indicate that the deceased students were burnt beyond recognition in the Thursday night inferno. 14 other pupils have been rushed to a hospital with serious burns. Senior police officials are en route to the school. Again, at least 16 pupils are reported dead following a fire outbreak in one of the dormitories at Hillside and the Russia Academy in Nyeri County. Sources indicate that the deceased students were burnt beyond recognition in the Thursday night inferno. 14 other pupils have been rushed to hospital with serious burns. Senior police officials are en route to their school. We're following up on this developing story. Our thoughts and prayers to the family and friends of those who've lost their loved ones. We shall be keeping you updated as this story unfolds. Now, governors have continued to oppose the move by the National Assembly to slash the shareable revenue. The governors, led by Kirinyaga Governor and Council of Governors Chair Guru, the governors argue that reducing the allocations for the counties will interfere with service delivery.
Waangalie ya kwamba the minimum that the counties should receive should not go below what they had in the year 2023-2024.
Tutoke 400 billion, turudi chini, tupate 380 billion. Nataka kusema kwamba mwaka uliopita, kaunti zote pamoja za Kenya zilikuwa zimepewa 385 billion. Kusema turudi 380, hiyo ni kurudi chini na bilioni 5. Sasa, tukipunguzwa pesa kutoka 385, na tuongezewe kazi ambayo tunafaa kufanya na hiyo pesa. Hiyo pesa itatoka wapi, ama ni kusema tufunge counties? Mimi nataka kuambia Senate na National Assembly, wakati tunaenda ku debate na kujadiliana katika kupeana hiyo pesa, tukumbe kwamba kila mtu ametoka county.
The governors implored upon the relevant bodies to allocate them funds they say is needed to run the devolved unit.
Ile proposal tumepewa inapunguza zile pesa ambazo county zilikuwa nazo mwaka jana na bilioni 5.
What is supposed to happen to those projects that are halfway made or they are standing as white elephants? I mean, how can we start projects that we leave? We should have used that money for something else.
We need that money. We have very many roads in the counties, you know that better than all the other members, that depend on us to maintain and to ensure that the economy at the counties are running well. So please take that up very, very seriously as a committee and give us our rightful share.
The National Land Commission has blamed state agencies charged with the implementation of projects for the delayed compensation of displaced Kenyans. The Commission said the agencies are yet to release 56 billion shillings to pay persons affected by the projects. They include Kenya National Highways Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority and Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Others are Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Airports Authority and Kenya Railways Corporation. Now, the 2024 African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, AMSEN, has opened its doors for the 10th Special Session Engagement for African environmental ministers ahead of the 29th Climate Change Conference of Parties in Baku, Azerbaijan in 2 months' time. The two-day AMSEN ministerial segment on raising Africa's ambition to reduce land degradation, desertification and drought in the wake of climate change effects kicked off in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. Kenya's presence was registered by Environment, Climate Change and Forestry Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale, among other delegates. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asteto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
Yes. That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so what are we looking at a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and the traffic in the city is still busy, but I think it will be fine. Friday usually means that not much in terms of inbound traffic, more of outbound, but coming off a thicker superhighway, we're just seeing that smidgen of traffic that's right around Survey heading into the city. Nothing to be too panicked about for now. Coming off of the Eastern Bypass, there's traffic going there and through towards North Airport Road, a little bit of it on Outer Ring, and as you get through, and then as you approach the thicker superhighway from that Allsops Junction, coming in from Ruaraka, there is traffic there and there's a bit of a hold up. Magadi Road is busy. Coming in from Ongata Rongai, very, very busy, just past Multimedia University and then out towards Langata Road. Langata Road will see some traffic as it takes you out through towards Galleria and then out Langata Road, touching on the Nyeri Stadium roundabout and then onto Uhuru Highway rather. So there's traffic there, but I think all manageable. We're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through it. Talk to us. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 8 after 8 o'clock, and there's already a buzz in the studio. And the Situation Room is already buzzing with activity at this hour. We're into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and the chuckle that you hear is from your favorite Nairobi senator, and he's our guest this hour. Wherever you're tuned in from around the country and indeed around the world, Karibu Sana, our audience on KTN and on our live streams of YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, and TikTok. And on the different programs that you are on, Radio Garden and the like, Karibu Sana. We're getting into a conversation around several issues this hour, and like we said, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna is in the studio this morning, as well as ODM Secretary General. That still stands, does it not?
As far as I know.
As far as you know.
I don't know. I don't know what you have had.
As CT would say, this is Kenya. You could go to bed on a Thursday night and wake up on a Friday morning and things are totally different. But for the purposes of this conversation, we'll keep it that, shall we not?
Yes.
Senator, good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. I was just laughing here. We've had stories about how this company is doing. But for somebody to pull a sachet of coffee from his pocket for my drink is very worrying.
No, you must understand.
I don't know. I don't know what is going on.
Is it only coffee?
There used to be a kitchen in this place.
There is a kitchen.
There's a kitchen in CT's bag.
But how is it? How is it that City is pulling coffee from his pocket?
What do you want? Just say what you want.
I wanted coffee from the kitchen. I didn't want to exhaust City's private stash.
No,
you know?
It's just that you don't know.
How are you guys doing? I'm now expressing genuine concern for your well-being. Do you guys have to bring stuff from your... What is going on, City?
I always have.
City is like our resident Santa Claus.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's always got a bag of goodies. It doesn't really matter what you want.
Well, as long as you promise me that you guys are okay, then it's fine.
The thought and care.
We hear things, just like you are hearing things about weather.
The thought and care is duly noted, and it really is great.
Asante
coming from you, Asante Sana.
Yes.
On that note, CT has a proverb. It's an interesting one. So let him tell us what that is and where it's from, and then maybe you can say.
Perhaps maybe let's exhaust his benevolence. Can I have one of your pens?
Okay.
Don't blue.
So which color do you want?
Let me have that one. Thank you.
The proverb is also from his pocket.
Yes. Let's do it.
All right, go.
Final proverb from the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. When the finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose.
Sina maoni mimi. Sina maoni. What does that one mean?
It's you to tell us.
I have no idea. You're the only one here with grey hair.
Wow.
Over the years that you spend on this earth, you probably have encountered these nose finger situation. Maybe you can tell us what.
Oh, come on, Senator. Give it a think.
I have no idea. I have no idea what that is.
Actually, what we're interested in knowing is that no idea of yours. That's what we want to know.
I have no idea what those West Africans are up to.
Actually, you don't know. And you're probably right. But what we want to know is what you think. Not what you
I have
think.
no thoughts.
Not
Okay,
what you
hear it
think.
again.
No,
Hear it again.
Not what you think they were thinking.
Yeah.
Your
But just
interpretation
what you think.
of it.
City, tell him the proverb again.
All right. Let him take a sip of his coffee.
I don't know if it will help if we hear it 3 times.
Even
In your case,
The way my mind works is once you encounter something, if you don't have thought about it,
Edwin, in your
it's
case,
not going to come.
in your case, a repetition will help. So let me just repeat it, okay?
Okay.
When the finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose.
Sina maoni.
Okay,
Sina maoni. It feels like a trap. Like I might say something that is not too kosher on national radio.
National radio is where you say things which are not kosher. Then everybody gets to hear.
No.
It's going to come out at some point, you know. Okay. And it will probably come from you.
All right.
So maybe for this one, we'll give you a special pass. But then we can CT can tell you what he thought about it. Yeah.
And you can share your thoughts as well. I have also not been introduced to the lovely lady on my left.
This is Doris
the first time I've,
Anki Ombat.
Okay.
You've
Doris.
seen her before.
Yes.
Where?
I actually saw you once. KICC.
Really?
Do you remember a lady who said we need to interrogate a few things here and there? You said,
Oh, in my office?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, good memory.
She's our guest host. She's our guest host today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
nice. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Senator.
These two I'm a bit familiar with. And, they've been my friends for a long time. So.
We've been friends for a long time, indeed.
What the fingers are, well, the functions of the fingers are known, okay? And the fingers traverse everywhere and anywhere. Yes. But the most important thing is the fingers are part of your body, okay? And because they are, you assume and you ascertain that there are certain functions that you accustom them to, okay? Now, many a time, they also help tell the world how we are feeling. Like, if I'm anxious, I will be twiddling my fingers.
Like this?
Yes. Yes, this. Or I will be scratching my neck. Or if I'm really, really stressed, I'll probably be touching my nose. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, those are purposeful. But when your mind is elsewhere and you're not doing or I gave the example earlier on, when, say, today is Friday, and unlike you who plans his days well, somebody has not planned his day. So when a friend calls you and tells you we need to go out of town, you say, that's a good plan. The problem with going out of town is it involves spending money. Come Monday, you suddenly find there's money you thought you had and you don't have it. And you're wondering, where did that money go? Yes, so that's what happens. Things that you ordinarily do, if you don't have a plan and you let other people plan for you, many, many things can go wrong.
Okay. That's one way of looking at it.
That is one way of looking at it as an opinion.
Yes.
All right, so let's jump into it, Senator.
Yes.
There have been a number of things that have been going on. One of them, of course, we cannot run away from the politics of the nation. At the time where we see things changing. And, of course, we'll take it from your hat of the ODM Secretary General, whereby we have seen things change on the political landscape. In the sense that, coalitions, maybe they don't now have the same numbers that they did. Opinions have changed because a luminary in the name of Raila Odinga has now maybe shifted in terms of his positioning, what he does with politics. What it means then for parties because things have moved in terms of cabinet secretaries' appointments and things like that. What does it portend? There's a shake-up, it would appear, or are things still okay, for lack of a better word?
Well, increasingly, I'm hearing a lot of discussions about heart. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a coincidence or what is going on. Because, City, you will remember, I tried to be, or I had aspired to move from my position as SG of the party and move up to the deputy party leader's position, which in my view was a promotion. But I was given this story about heart, that there are certain positions that are at the heart of the party, that you cannot vacate to seek others, and so on and so forth. So it's very interesting that you're being employing the same terminology to ask me questions about status of a party. one of the things I want to start off by saying is that we will write our own story. We will tell our own story. And as I've said before, the truth does not change depending on who believes it or whether people believe it or not. So I have seen a concerted effort for people to write the story of ODM and where we are. And it doesn't matter how well you explain yourself. People have already made up their minds. They're like, oh, we no longer believe anything that you say. That's fine. That is up to you. But the truth does not change depending on who or whether, in fact, people believe it.
What is the truth?
I have seen efforts by others to push us into government. My friend Natembea is notorious for that, saying, ingia huko ndani na mubaki huko ndani. I'm like, bro, si wache sisi wenyewe, we make decisions about our own futures and where we stand. Others are pushing us out of other things. I've seen people saying ODM now needs to leave Azimio.
Yes.
Yesterday I wake
somebody
up.
else a chance to lead.
Yes, I wake up and a major publication in the country has a screaming headline saying Raila retires. And when you read the story, what you expect is to see a quotation from Raila saying, I have now had enough of local politics, I am retiring. There is no such quotation. I mean, let the man speak for himself. Let the party speak for itself. What is this desire that suddenly people have to tell our stories? It's not as if we are hatujashindwa kuongea, mdomo wetu haijaenda mahali.
So what is the story?
I want to explain something here. Nipe tu time. You see, Kenya has become a very interesting place. I don't know what people expect. I've seen people saying, oh, we don't see Sifuna going to media anymore. Because they don't know how you people work. This station does not belong to my mother. I have to be invited here. City, why am I here? How am I here?
Because we invited.
Who called me? Did I call you?
No,
You called me and asked me if I can share insights. Somebody says, I've not heard you speaking in Senate since. Senate is on recess, for heaven's sake. You want me to just go there and address the public? I've also, through my social media, tried to let people know where I've been. I was in the US for almost 2 weeks for the Democratic National Convention, took opportunity to meet with Kenyans there. All of those things, I've told people where I am. And there's people making careers on social media explaining where Sifuna is. I mean, I have told you where I am. So let me tell you where the party is.
Okay.
ODM remains an opposition party. We are a member of the minority party in the National Assembly. And in the Senate. And we will continue to execute our role in that capacity. I was elected to the Senate to exercise mandate in 3 ways: to legislate, to oversight, and to represent. And I would dare anyone to tell me where I have failed in any one of those 3 mandates. Yesterday we had public hearings before the Committee on Labour and Social Welfare on my bill to amend the Sports Act to be able to provide resources for the operations and running of the registered county sporting associations. And I was very happy that the turnout was very impressive. We had over 40 sporting disciplines represented from across the country coming to give their views about that particular piece of legislation. I am happy that I came back to the country when all the fanfare and the homecomings are over. It felt a bit like the situation in, I think it's the book of Exodus, when Moses came down from the mountain and found his people had fashioned themselves a shiny new golden calf
to worship.
Yes.
Okay.
But I am sure the excitement will die down. I'm happy that now we are done with the homecomings. People need to get back to work. In fact, in this discussion of banning Harambes, one of the things that we should ban should be these homecomings by public appointed servants.
You agree?
I agree strongly. Because what is the point of all that?
Yeah.
What is the point of all that? In addition to banning things like launching projects, let us come to open the complete thing. This thing of there's just a guy whose job is to make those plaques that the president opens, and then I think they even cut it away. Like I have seen in some places, Morara has gone. The plaque disappeared. So along with those things, we need to ban these homecomings, because I don't understand this excitement. You've been appointed to an office, you have done nothing at all in that office other than know where your seat is, and then you want to make all this noise in the grassroots telling people, oh, now I'm a big person. The big person should come out in the changes you've brought around in your docket and the things that you've done to help the people of Kenya to move some of the issues that have brought us to this place. So you can expect that members of ODM will continue to execute their mandate to hold these people to account, to be able to ask the relevant questions, to ensure that things are done, and nothing will change.
Will there be a push from, and I want to ask this very clearly.
Yes.
The three individuals who are members of the ODM party,
yes,
right, who have now been made cabinet secretaries, are in positions whereby had previously pushed on matters,
yes,
especially in Parliament, had pushed on particular matters for there to be transparency and accountability. Yeah. From where you sit, will there be just as much as a robust push on these fellows who were in the party making the same?
Oh my goodness, they know me. If you ask them, in fact, they don't expect anything less. We are clear that they are not there to implement ODM policies. They are the president's men. They are there to, in whatever understanding of their own understanding of the bottom-up manifesto, that is what they are there to do. And you can expect that we will hold their feet to the fire. I have said, for instance, I was a bit puzzled when I heard Oparanya saying that he will now come for people who have not paid the Hustler Fund. I was with him at Kamkunji saying these people should take this money and they should not return it. So that is hypocrisy. We will call him out for that hypocrisy. He is the one who told those young people. I was there. He spoke after me. I had said the same thing he said. So he cannot then come and tell us that now you have to pay this money back. John Mbadi knows for a fact that if he tries to introduce the bad sections of the finance bill, we will oppose it. So whatever it is they are doing there in that government, they know what they signed themselves into. Yes, but they can expect, in fact, they would be disappointed if they would not see robust interrogation of everything they do within government, because that is what ODM is, and that is what the role of Parliament is. Yeah.
Okay,
I was curious when Mheshimiwa talked about the being the minority and ODM not dying still in the Azimio coalition,
yes,
and that we should not speak for them. Perhaps for clarity, your leader, of course, commonly the Enigma,
yes,
is in the race for the AUC chairperson. And he mentioned, I believe, if I'm not wrong, and I'm not misquoting him, that he will not be very active in local politics, as is required. So there is where the questions come and clarifications, because we've had Kalonzo Musyoka saying, well, I'm going to be taking over as the, head or leader of the Azimio coalition. Yeah. So where are we really?
Yeah, because I will explain something to you. Politics is... like Ndi himself said, is a contact sport. It requires presence on the ground. So if you're going for an assignment that is going to take you away from the people and to interact with the daily issues, it is possible that you will scale down the level of involvement just by the nature of the role that you're taking up. So that is not to say you have retired, because retirement has certain connotations that you have abandoned that practice and that you have no chance of coming back. That is not what is happening in this particular situation. It is expected, for instance, that if you're going to spend long periods of time outside the country canvassing for votes like he's doing in China, for instance, or even if and when he succeeds, and we pray that he does, the assignment will take you to places outside your political ground. It essentially means that you will not be as active as you could have been. Because it is very easy to be active in politics when you are here in Nairobi or in Homa Bay. Okay. But if you are in Kuala Lumpur, somewhere in a conference of African heads of state, it becomes difficult for you to have active role and practice of politics on a day-to-day. So that is what he meant. And that is not to mean that... he has retired. On the question of the leadership of Azimio, I can understand the anxiety on the part of Kalonzo, because as a presumptive heir to that particular position, he might have wanted to expedite the ascension to the throne. I will leave judgment as to whether what he's doing is right to the general public, because in my view, first of all, I'm not in a position to judge, because I'm one of those people who has also once announced myself into a position before I was given, and I don't think I'm in a position to judge, but eventually I did get the position. So I can understand his anxiety, but the only rider I would add is that Azimio will only be beneficial to Kalonzo Musyoka if we stay together.
All right.
And one of the things that I want to tell all the members of the coalition is that hakuna kuachana. Hakuna kuachana.
Okay. So
they say hapa Nairobi, mapenzi yako ikiisha, I hotspot you. We will use our laugh if yours has run out.
To bring
but
together.
Because this coalition is a formidable coalition, and it carries along with it the aspirations of many Kenyans. It would be heartbreaking, I believe, if we were not able to manage the succession in a way that keeps us together, because we represent something for the Kenyan public, and there's many people who have put their hopes in us as a coalition.
This is true. Sonny, but I have to jump in here because perceived or otherwise, that ODM was or is quite a significant member of Azimio. That the leader of Azimio is an ODM member. Is the party leader of ODM.
Yes.
Right? And so with recent happenings that we have seen, that there seems to have been a marriage between the party leader and the coalition leader and the government of the day, for whom there was significant opposition before all of this happened.
Yes.
And so it waters down expectations, where people are saying, how will you then keep the position which you've clearly stipulated here and being on the same side as government? It is a worry, it is a concern. How do you see that playing out?
Personally, I understand those people who hold those views, but it also requires an explanation of the sort of constitutional setup that we have.
Right.
Even if we had an ODM government, even if the president was from ODM, as a member of the legislature, my job is not to praise government.
Right.
That's not my job. My job as an elected member of parliament is to oversight whoever is at the executive. Now, I can understand those people who express those worries and say, but they say the proof of pudding is in the eating. What you need to do is to observe the conduct of the party over a period of time. It is not something you will be told. You will see. If we abdicate our role as opposition, instead of saying we are going to abdicate, why don't you wait for us to abdicate? Yes. But from where I stand, there is a commitment from majority of the party. In fact, all of the party is very clear that there is no marriage. There is nothing like a marriage. Marriage is not something you can hide. It's not something that is done clandestinely.
But
it is something that is done
It is
openly.
in the open.
So
But it is in the open. That's what people are saying, Edwin.
Now, let me tell you.
And we've seen some in the past.
One of the things that we need to appreciate, for instance, the discussion that happened around the handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta, it was something that was formalized. You understand? So, as SG of ODM, I speak for the institution of the party. I can only tell you things that have been processed through the party organs. I am an SG of ODM. I only speak for the party and its organs. If a decision, for instance, has been taken at the Central Committee, it is my responsibility to explain to you that this is the position that the party has taken on X or Y. If it has not been processed through the party, you don't expect me to come here and tell you there's a marriage. Marriages, I have signed marriages between ODM and other political parties. I remember queuing behind all the 26 other secretary generals at KICC to sign ODM into the Azimio marriage.
All right.
I have not done that. Again, I am still in that marriage. So until that happens, please, you cannot talk about a marriage, because from a political perspective and from a legal political perspective, marriages in between political parties only take effect upon formalization, and then you have to go to the registrar and tell the registrar
it does seem as though
that we are in a marriage.
It does seem as though there's some swimming in uncharted waters, and that's why there was a lack of
It's not uncharted
desire
waters.
to
It's not
call
uncharted
it for
waters.
what it is.
One of the things that Kenyans forget is that the political class talk. It is obvious that there are talks between the president and my party leader, and these are conversations that they have in private. In fact, I was surprised. One of the SGs of affiliate parties saying, no, I know for a fact Uhuru did not call you. Bana boss, these are people who call each other, and they will not add you to the call. Yeah, they will not add you to the call.
It's not a group call.
It's not a group call. Wait, we had Sifuna. No, these people talk, and that is the reality of the matter. But when you talk about formal marriages, these things have to be processed because the discussion around Honorable Raila's bid for AUC and the fact that it requires sponsorship or support from government, it necessarily means these people will be talking. You know? So the fact that they are talking is not in dispute, and he has said as much, but I can only authoritatively speak on things that are processed through formal party organs and conversations that involve me.
Okay,
yes.
Let's take a break on that note, Anki, and then we'll come back, take a quick break and look at weather and traffic, and then come back and continue. Senator of Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna, is our guest this hour, looking at some issues. We're also going to come and look into the oversight role that you play as senator in the Senate, and a lot of these public funds that are being used for things that we cannot see. Back in a minute. It's 28 minutes to 9 o'clock. Continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Kenyans abroad, sending money home should be simple and stress-free. Stay connected back home. Open your Credit Bank Nyumbani Diaspora account today by visiting www.creditbank.co.ke. Just a few clicks and you're all set to send love and support back to your loved ones. And that's not all. Explore a world of possibilities, including investment opportunities. It's fast, easy, and secure, bringing you closer to the moments that matter most. Visit creditbank.co.ke or call +254 70 907 2000 to learn more. Credit Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 18. Looking at cloudy conditions at 16 in Nakuru and at 18 in Nyeri. It's 18 It's 15 and mostly sunny in Eldoret, going to highs of 24, and at 26, sunny conditions in Mombasa. At 26, it's also sunny in Malindi. 21 and partly sunny in Kisumu, with partly cloudy conditions at 19 in Kakamega. Kampala at 19 is sunny, and at 11, at 24, it is sunny in Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg at 15 is sunny, while it's 26 and sunny in Mogadishu. 15 and partly sunny in Addis Ababa, while Lagos is cloudy at 24. It's cloudy at 23 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right. A quick look at traffic this morning, and we're seeing that still coming off of Thika Superhighway, just at that Pangani tunnel is where we see a little bit of movement, but not too crazy. Also coming off Limuru Road, we'll see some traffic, Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, this whole area. Traffic trickling into the city, but we're going to take a look at Magadi Road, which is heavy coming in from that whole Ongata-Rangai area, touching on Langata Road, getting out into the city. Going by way of Karen, we're seeing a little bit of traffic there as well, and it's going to all come out on the other side of Ngong Road. So it's busy there, but not too crazy in most parts of the city. We're still in traffic hour. See what happens in a short while. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 25 minutes to the top of the hour, and just looking at quick news that we got this morning of, unfortunately, the fire that happened in school in Nyeri County overnight, early this morning, and we've seen the loss of 16 lives. Very, very unfortunate fire that took place. At least 16 people confirmed dead at the Hillside Endarasha Academy in Nyeri County following a fire tragedy last night. National Police Service spokesman Resila Onyango has confirmed one of the dormitories housing the pupils was razed down, killing 16. Quite unfortunate that we have to see that news this morning. Quite a sad one that we've lost 16 young lives in this way. May they rest in peace. But I mean,
that is terrible news. I was just seeing it filtering through, and maybe at this juncture to just say, Paul Esana, we shouldn't have repeats of these school fires. I thought that following the reforms I think it was following the fire at Kianguli. It was years back.
Yeah.
I thought that the Ministry of Education had put in place mechanisms to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
But after that, remember it happened at Nairobi girls.
Yes.
And that was horrific.
Yeah.
And now here we go again.
Sad to see. Very, very sad to see.
Yeah, so my condolences to all those that are affected, and I'm hoping that we in the leadership will be able to do something to ensure that things like this don't continue to happen as we get to interact more with the facts of this particular incident.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
First, I would, of course, stand in the same spirit that may their souls rest in peace. It's very sad, and may their families get the comfort. Now, I like that you mentioned something, because earlier on we were deep in politics, but we've also spoken about lost money. People in different counties speaking on revenues, and this particular fourth proposal, revenue sharing formula. I'm very curious, because I'm also seeing, adjacent to that, the Senate is calling an audit of counties' revenue amid corruption claims. If I take us back a bit in hindsight, last year, headlines had it that counties were at the verge of crashing completely. In fact, they were saying, shut down this thing if it's not working. You sit in the Senate, and we'd like to first start with where do you think we are at? Because if counties are asking for a certain amount of money, you have continued to ask them to show first how they, collect their own revenue and what they do with this money. A number of comments coming in are saying, we're not seeing what these governors are doing with the money that is given to them. Where are we, Senator, with this fourth proposal, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, I believe that whereas the problem of misuse of funds and corruption are present at both levels of government, there is an inordinate focus on county governments. As a strong believer in devolution, we have not done enough to ensure that devolution works. The money that you're talking about, this year was the first time that the Senate pushed the allocation of counties beyond the 400 billion barrier. 400 billion is how much? Is less than 10% of the 4 trillion, right?
Yes.
Yes, of the amount of money that national government budget, the size of a government national budget is 4 trillion shillings. So it is a drop in the ocean, but that is not to say that we should not follow every cent and coin. Now, there is actually now a discussion in Senate that, the President returned the Division of Revenue Act and the County Allocation of Revenue Act back to us with a proposal to cut down the allocation back to 380, which is less than the amount of money that counties were going to receive. We received last year. As a position, as members of the Azimio coalition, our position is that you cannot reduce the money that goes to counties. It is not possible. So, in fact, the law anticipates some of these situations, and they say that if there is any shortfall in the financing of a budget, that shortfall should be borne by the national government, not by the county governments.
Right.
So you can expect that Sifuna, as a senator of Nairobi, who swore to uphold the constitution and defend counties and their governments, will vote against any attempts to reduce the allocation of money to the counties. There are various challenges that counties face. Do you know that counties are told, this is your allocation this year? Say Nairobi, last year, this year we said you're going to get 20 billion Kenya shillings.
Yeah.
And then there is something else that the Senate passes called a disbursement schedule. This disbursement schedule is supposed to guide the county to know when the money is going to come from Treasury. So you will see that of that 20 billion, it is spread over maybe a 12-month period, and they get maybe 2 billion per month. But it doesn't happen like that. It never happens like that. You can find counties have gone almost 4 months without the exchequer releases from Treasury. Yes. So it is extremely difficult for a county government to operate in that particular sort of, So if, for instance, we have said you're supposed to set aside 3% of your 20 billion for disaster management. But that 3%, at what point do you apply it? Because the money has not come in. It has delayed for 3 months. Then you get maybe a quarterly allocation, then another quarter, then another quarter. What happens when there is a disaster of the level of what we have seen, say, in Kieni, and your county government has no money? So the challenges, by the way, this late exchequer releases are contribute largely to the challenges we have at the county governments of even pending bills and all the other things. But we as a Senate have decided that even with those challenges, there is still some money that trickles down to the county governments, and they need to employ that money for the benefit of the people of their respective counties. Most of these counties, if you look at their audits, you will find challenges that have not left us since before the advent of devolution. For instance, we passed a law that says you cannot spend more than 35% of the money that comes to the counties on recurrent expenditure, and especially employee emoluments. But you have a county government like Nairobi that inherited this huge workforce and that you cannot sack, you know? So you find...
Why can't you sack them?
Because they have employment terms. They were employed during the previous, what is it called? County council, and they're waiting to retire. It would put you into very serious legal quagmire, and you would still have to pay them anyway because they have valid contracts of employment, you know. So that is a challenge. You see county governments pushing the employee emoluments upwards of 60%. Of all the revenue that comes in.
65 actually.
Yes, if you speak to the CEC for finance in Nairobi County, he will tell you that you see that discussion of the disbursement schedule. That amount that comes per month, if it were to come per month, it is equivalent to the salary of Nairobi for the workers of Nairobi. So it becomes very difficult for us to plan. This is why we also push many of these counties to be able to ensure efficiency in collection of on-source revenue so that they can be able to do some things and execute some projects for the people of their respective counties. So, now, corruption and wastage is a big challenge in the counties, you know. So what happens is the people with the mandate to audit the use of public resources at the Office of the Auditor General.
Yes, they are.
And what happens is, after they prepare the reports, we in the Senate, and I happen to sit on the Public Accounts Committee, we will go through those accounts together with the entities themselves. And we will go to site to physically examine some of these projects. You have seen us either individually as senators or even as a committee. We have gone to places like Turkana. We have gone to other counties to also see what is happening. Even here in Nairobi, we have had interactions with the Senate Committee on Health, for instance, coming to look at our health facilities. Myself, in my own personal capacity as a senator, I have audited all these projects to do with health, even in sporting facilities, and all these other things. Now, what happens is, we depend on other institutions to actually bring the corrupt to book.
Who?
The EACC.
Are they?
Those are the ones who have the legal mandate. Because what happens is, and I'll give you the example, for the past 2 years or so, over 150 cases have been referred to the EACC by one committee of the Senate, the Public Accounts Committee. And when we ask the EACC, where are we on these cases? You will hear a lot of
just hang on, Senator.
Yes.
Let's look at this process as it plays out. The Auditor General goes through, as she is mandated to do, through all of this, especially, it is just on expense. It's on spending money, whether it's at the county level, national level, wherever it is.
Absolutely.
If there are queries, these are raised and they form part of a report. The report for discussion is brought before the Senate because it's captured in its role of oversight.
Absolutely.
So you then look through all these reports that she brings, especially those ones where queries have been raised. What you're telling us is that you take those queries and that you then come up with a further report where there are recommendations as to what needs to be done.
Absolutely.
These recommendations are then now taken to the bodies who have the mandate to deal with any kind of impropriety or things like that.
Correct.
So what you're saying essentially is that you then play a remindery role where you keep saying, hello, EACC, we've told you that this has gone off. You need to do something about it.
Absolutely.
Are you essentially saying that Senate has done its job on the queries that have been raised, but that nothing has been done in terms of requisite action
Absolutely.
to the reports that have been raised?
The committee has had occasion to summon even the leadership of EACC to come, and even the DCI, because some of the criminality requires DCI to be the ones to undertake investigations. Unfortunately, for us as a Senate, we operate within the bounds of the law. There's powers that we have and powers that we do not have. In fact, if you listen or followed the conversation in the Senate, we have gotten to a place where we are so frustrated ourselves, we want to even invoke the power to stop monies going to some of these counties. But then there is the balance to be made between, whether the intended consequence would be to punish the people or to punish the county government. You understand? So, progressively, we are going to have to address some of the challenges we have in the oversight bodies. The Office of the Auditor General, for instance, complains to us repeatedly that they are underfunded and under-resourced. We have had meetings of the Senate Public Accounts Committee adjourned because officers of the OAG from Kisumu Hub who audit the Nyanza counties were not able to travel. They have no fare, you know. They have no fare. So you can imagine putting an auditor who has no resources at the mercy of a county governor, for instance, who is awash with the money. It is putting them in a position where it is very easy to compromise them. You speak to the EACC, they will tell you the same thing. Now, for instance, our committees have liaisons seconded to our committee to essentially help us as legislators to do this job. We have officers from Treasury. We have an officer from EACC who sits in PAC. We have an officer from, what is the other one? OAG. So they are essentially the eyes and the ears of the committee, and they take us through these processes. But they also complain a lot. There is also a sense in which there is no coordination, and the investigation of some of these cases is so disjointed that the officer seconded to EACC, by EACC to our committee, for instance, has no global view of all the matters that have been referred to EACC by the committee. So you can't ask her when she comes to the meeting. If you ask her, where are we on the case of Turkana, the governor's residence? We went there and we saw it with our own eyes. Somebody claims you have paid 200 million shillings for a project. And when you look at that structure, city, as a person who has also built structures yourself, you can tell that hapa kuna ukora. So she doesn't have that global view, because when they tell us long stories. I don't know if you're interested in these stories, but the truth of the matter is that the system is not working. There is a problem. And the level of, even the speed of resolution of cases, it's just the other day that we saw Governor Lenol Kulal, the former governor of Samburu, being sentenced. And I think he's the first governor to be sentenced. And by the way, this guy was impeached over, how many years ago by the Senate, over some of the same issues there. So we need to address all of these gaps. But from the Senate perspective, in all honesty, like the accountability committees are chaired by members of a minority. I am very proud of the chairperson of PAC in the Senate, the Honorable Senator Moses Kajwang, who is a member of ODM. We have done our job so much that as at yesterday, we are examining accounts of 2022-2023, which is the most current account. So nobody can say that, the committees are slacking or that the Senate is not doing its job.
How does it rub off on Senate? If, for example, we say that Senate serves in an oversight capacity, but then we don't see the results of oversight then being applied, because we don't. We can't. It
is frustrating. It is frustrating both for the public and also for the Senate, because for me, I am also somebody who takes pride in results. There is no point of just being busy when there is no output. And that frustration is what has pushed us. If you look at some of the conversations that have been happening in Senate, including amendments to the Powers and Privileges Act to give Senate and Parliament powers to arrest people. We need to have our own cell there to hold people who don't come before Senate committees. This is what enhancing fines for people who don't show up. We moved it from the paltry 500,000 shillings, which people were paying like it's popcorn, and tried to move it to 2 million shillings, so that we encourage or discourage this bad behavior where people are actually ignoring summons of the House, summons of committees of the House, so that we can have that conversation. But I can assure you that if we don't have a global conversation about the gaps in the justice system, let me just say the justice system, the entire thing, from investigation of criminal conduct to the prosecution of these persons involved, then we are really not going to do a service to Kenyans.
Now, just very quickly, I'd like to hear your comments on this proposal.
Yes.
I think it's Senator Ledama who advocated for an amendment to the Public Finance Management Act, citing numerous cases of corruption, of course, some that we know, among revenue collectors contracted by counties. But we saw also Gathungu disagreeing with that argument, citing that such an amendment would perpetuate illegality. Now, for me, listening and following the proceedings, I'd like to understand, because we're looking for solutions solutions here.
Yes,
what do you think of that proposal by
Of course, it's a brilliant proposal by Senator Ledama, who's also a senator from ODM. Yes. And,
in case you forgot.
The whip of the minority in the Senate. And he's somebody who's, I think, one of the senators who's most well-versed with the PFM. He knows it like the back of his hand. The challenge we're having is that counties are entering into contracts for collection of revenue. But other than the amount that is declared by the collector, for instance, in Nairobi, we used to have people like Jumbo Pay, then KRA comes. And if the auditor herself does not have sight of the actual collections, then you are depending on the guy doing the collection themselves to report
what
to
is reported.
Yes, absolutely. And that is the concern that we had. And I think the reservations of the Auditor General is that those would be private entities, and she has no mandate to audit those ones.
Really?
I think that was the basis of her objection. If you read that,
if their work is the public entity,
absolutely. So for us, really, we need first of all to tighten the reporting mechanisms on the side of the public entity, because there are many allegations about whether the actual collections are reported correctly, or whether they actually end up in the county coffers. And it is one of those areas that everybody knows there is potential for a lot of mischief.
You know, Senator Sifuna, one of the things that technology does is it can enable visibility to anyone.
Yes.
Auditor General, the people who work within the county, and any other body that needs visibility.
I agree.
And that technology can enable you not just to figure out what is collected at the end of the month, on a day as it's collected.
Yes.
You look at it
you
and
talk
you
to
know.
many of these governors, they will tell you that they have put in place technology that enables them to do this. My governor famously came to our committee one time and he said, yes, I can see from my phone how much has been collected from Bama Market today. Yeah? But an audit of that process by our committee in the county assembly returned. In fact,
you faulted that system.
There is a report on the Nairobi County Revenue a collection system that had been prepared by the county assembly, and all of us were waiting for that report to be tabled. I was reading in the papers that somehow something has happened and this report cannot be tabled. So what we have done as Senate, the County Public Accounts Committee, is that we are going to do that investigation ourselves.
Okay.
Yes, we are going to do a deep dive into the Nairobi revenue collection system as the County Public Accounts Committee of the Senate, because whatever games are being played at the county assembly, I can assure you that the county administration does not have the same leverage over the Senate. And our report, you cannot prevent a report of the committee of the Senate from being tabled. It will not happen. So whoever it is that is playing games with the county revenue system in Nairobi, just know that you will be found out.
The oversight role from county to national still remains very, 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 very important, because it seems as though that is the arm, that is the tool right now that someone will have for asking questions. There are currently individuals who are going around the country who are shining the light on things where money has been spent.
Absolutely.
Where money has been spent and we do not see development happening. We cannot run away from that fact. There are white elephant projects all over the place. Money in the hundreds of millions has been spent, but we do not see development. We had a conversation this morning that if 1 trillion shillings in development were to be in this country, you would see it.
You would see it.
Or even if it was over 10 years.
And I agree.
If there was 1 trillion shillings spent over 10 years for development, we would see it. But the truth of the matter is that we do not. The questions are being asked, but the answers are not being given. It's at your doorstep.
This is something that personally I want to encourage. And I am very proud of some of the gains that we have had from this movement that we have seen over the past 3 months in Kenya, is that ordinary citizens have become more civically engaged, and it can only bode well for our democracy and for our country. For the longest time, I've complained, including on this show, that I have felt over the years that Kenyans had outsourced their responsibility under Article 3 to defend the Constitution to one man, to Raila Odinga, so that if Raila Odinga did not say anything, then no one said anything. But I am happy now that Kenyans have realized just how powerful they are. That your voice is powerful. It doesn't matter what title you hold. You could be the smallest person, if we can use that word, but your voice is very, very powerful. And the fact that sisi wote tunamulika all of these issues, it is going to bode very well for our democracy and for our country. So we need to expose these lies everywhere, because as we said during the beginning of this show, is that we see a lot of excitement during the groundbreaking ceremonies, commissioning, launch of projects, even in the county governments, when they are going there to unveil the project, and the governor is there with the grader and a scoop soil kidogo. But after that, nothing happens.
When it is completion.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. So we are also in a space where government policy in this country is influenced only by embarrassment and outrage. We are being governed 24/7 by outrage and embarrassment, because if you don't embarrass people publicly, they will not do the job. So for years, City, we have spoken about the stadium pledges that we had. Cameroon Stadium, which the president told us was historic, and he stood before the public saying it will be complete in 6 months' time. I am happy that it is not just these young people doing it. I have seen newspapers over the past 5 years, every single time, even if it is monthly or by monthly, you will see state of sports stadia in the newspapers, and they send reporters there to give us an update of the actual thing. They go to Wote, they go to Cameroon, and you can tell that there is nothing there. Then they cross-reference with the amount of money that has been allocated to the project, how much has been paid to the contractor, and so on and so forth. So even as we continue to do this, it is something to be celebrated. It is something to be celebrated so that nobody can hide anything. Even if you are Okoh down in the village, for as long as you have a camera, you can just take a photo and say, this is the water project that the president told us. It is now 6 months, there's no contractor. In Nairobi, I have taken it upon myself. When the county government tells you that the contractor is on site, you go there, because in Nairobi, you can reach. It's a very small place. You just go, and I have gone at times. I was being told, City Stadium, there's a contractor. I went there was no contractor. You go to Woodley Stadium, at that time there was no contractor. And I'll be doing those rounds regularly, so that we find out where are we with these projects, and you don't get lied to.
What would it achieve?
What it achieves is, by the way, let me tell you, exposing lies helps to push the cause of truth forward. I was at this Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and I was listening to a panel. It had Senator Chris Coons was there, Ambassador Rice was on that panel, and there was a representative, I forget her name, from California, and they were talking about the Moderna vaccine factory in Nairobi. I was like, Nairobi.
I am the senator for Nairobi.
Goja tu, hiyo project iko wapi in Nairobi haswa? Because I'm not aware. And because for them, I don't blame them, because they get fed information. They have not been here. So if there was a vaccine factory in Nairobi, I would know, surely. So if you don't have that information and you're not able to quickly dispel those lies, then you're not helping to advance the cause of truth.
In a very few seconds, City.
Yes. City, as you pick quickly.
Just let him say it, because our time is
saying the best slave. There's something about the best slave is the one who thinks he's free. City, you can pick.
This issue about the opposition, government, can legislation help? There are countries that have legislated and opposition works. In Seychelles, the president is appointed by the PM and the opposition leader. Okay? In Argentina, the opposition party appoints the Auditor General. In Poland, the leader of the opposition even once became the prime minister. Now, in Seychelles, again, you find that the president and the leader of the opposition share constitutional appointments.
All right.
So what we have in this country is not unusual. The question is, does our law permit it?
Now, from a purely legal perspective, I can tell you that the law permits the president to tap anyone to his cabinet. What you cannot do, and what the law prevents, is for you to advance the causes of a political party, either if you are an elected official like myself, to advance the cause of a party other than the party that you elected on, or if you are an independent, to join a party, you are required to actually vacate your seat. But the president of any country can decide City Muga is going to be a member of cabinet. There is nothing that stops that. In Kenya, it's not laws that we need. We have bad manners as politicians. It's just political bad manners. Right. And you can't regulate all the bad manners because every day people come up with creative ways to become bad people.
Bad people. Senator of Nairobi County, Edwin Sifuna, and ODM Secretary General, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure to have you here. Sana. Important to have these conversations, and we need to keep having them.
Absolutely.
Until the next time we meet, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 1 minute after 9.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. At least 16 pupils have been confirmed dead following a fire outbreak in one of the dormitories at Hillside and Russia Academy in Kieni, West Nyeri County. Confirming the tragedy, National Police Service spokesperson Dr. Ezilia Onyango said 14 other pupils with serious burns have been rushed to hospital. The deceased students were burnt beyond recognition in the Thursday night inferno. The cause of the fire is yet to be established. Meanwhile, a team of police officers led by Deputy Director of CID John Onyango and Director of Homicide Martin Nyuguto has been deployed to the school to commence investigations into the incident. There is a developing story. We shall be updating you as more information gets to our newsrooms now. There will be no extension in the school calendar despite the teachers' strike. Education PS Bailey Kipsang says teachers will have to use the time left to cover the syllabus and prepare students for exams. This comes days after teachers' unions called off the strike after TSC agreed to meet their demands.
We want to thank our teachers who are already preparing these kids. We know that we had some little challenges. We were opening schools, but again, we have agreed with our teachers that we shall try as much as possible to recover the week that we lost last week and ensure that our children are adequately prepared for the examination. We've decided that to consolidate and to be able to benefit from economies of scale, that instead of sending small amounts of monies to every other school, is that we shall send a certain component of that resource to the school, and we shall send a certain component of that resource to KISE so that they consolidate and be able to acquire the devices in large numbers, and that way we shall benefit from our economies.
Now, residents of minor slums in the outskirts of Nyeri are demanding that the governor repairs roads that they say hamper their quality of life. They argue that the county has received over 800 million shillings for improvement of roads in the county, but that there is nothing to show for it.
Tunataka kukuuliza governor, uko na shilingi milioni 800 mwaka uliopita 2022-2023 ulikuwa na budget ya 383 million ya barabara. Huu mwaka uko na more than 400 million za barabara. Pesa zetu ziko wapi za barabara?
Barabara walichimbua na wako tutengenezea diversion. Sasa imejaa maji, kuna mamawe na hakuna kwenye tunaweza pita. Alafu wanataka tupite kwa hii lami, kwa hii barabara yenye wamechimbua kama ikiwa na hizo mashimo. Na tunawabeba wazazi wetu, tunaweza waangusha. Kuna Siberia, kuna Huruma, kuna Ukweli, bado kuna Sirare. Barabara zetu hazijatengenezwa.
Fresh details have emerged regarding the mysterious death of Evans Kiplang at Chirchiro procurement intern at the National Treasury, whose lifeless body was found at the Machakos Level 5 Hospital mortuary Wednesday. An autopsy conducted at Machakos Funeral Home revealed that Chirchiro died from head and back injuries as well as broken legs allegedly sustained in a hit-and-run accident at Manzoni area on the Nairobi-Mombasa highway. According to police, the deceased on the evening of August 30th received a call from one of his neighbors, Bosco Monde, around 9 p.m. and immediately left to go meet him. Chirchiro allegedly left his phone behind. Now, the National Land Commission has blamed state agencies charged with the implementation of projects for the delayed compensation of displaced Kenyans. The Commission said the agencies are yet to release 56 billion shillings to pay persons affected by the projects. They include Kenya National Highways Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, and Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Others are Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Airports Authority, and Kenya Railways Corporation. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
94.4 Spice FM. Nairobi.
All right, let's see what's happening with traffic now. Coming out of traffic hour, not too long from now, but there's still some of it in certain parts of the city. It'll take us on to the Thika Superhighway, where we saw just a little bit of that around Survey, but nothing to worry about. It's going to be done in no time. And also coming off of Outer Ring, from the beginning of it, when you're at the Embakasi Loop, all the way through towards the Alsops Junction, there is some traffic there also, then playing around on the Eastern Bypass. Ngong Road was busy. It still is in some parts. And on Limuru Road, we're still seeing some traffic. Magadi Road, especially busy, touching on Langata Road at some point. So if you're coming in from that area on Gatarungai, you're going to get towards Langata Road. It'll slow down just a little bit, but you'll be fine. Let's see what happens as we get towards the end of traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The only way to start your day. It is 7 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Quite a number of things that we've discussed today, and I think it doesn't get lost in what's happening in the country, indeed around the world. And then wherever you're tuned in from, I just want to say, as we keep the conversations buzzing, important that we do then continue lending our voice to this. And as we set the agenda for some of those areas, always good to have you connected with us. All right, this hour, we're going to be talking about a number of things that you've heard in the open over the last couple of days, of weeks, at the expense of consumers. How government to government oil supply deal cost Kenyan motorists billions of shillings, and you didn't even know it. We're going to be having a conversation with Martin Chomba. He is the chairman of the Petroleum Outlets Association of Kenya. No stranger to the Situation Room, as we've had conversations with him before. Important for us to look at exactly what is going on right now and what it means for you. Once you enter public transport, once you use your own vehicle, whatever it is that you do, this affects you. And so we'll have a conversation about that now. Martin, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
I'm all right. Can't complain.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Karibu sana.
And my senior here, City. Good to see you too.
Habari ya masiku bro?
Iko salama kabisa.
Uko sawa, eh?
Yes.
Asante.
Say hi to Anki.
Hi, Anki.
Anki is our guest host for today.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, let's welcome you in true Situation Room style with today's proverb. They're from Cote d'Ivoire this week. And then you tell us what you think about it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. When the finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose.
Mm-hmm. Martin?
When the finger knows not where to go, it goes to the nose.
Yes.
Into the nose.
Yes.
I think if I were to interpret that proverb, I would say that generally, and I will use people, gravitates towards the known. In times of turmoil or uncertainties, people coalesce or gravitates towards what is familiar, what is very natural to them. So that is how I would interpret it.
That's what I mean. Absolutely.
That's a wonderful interpretation.
It really is.
It is, yes.
It's just fascinating.
Simple, to the point.
Exactly.
Yes.
You gravitate towards you don't know. Or rather, you gravitate towards what you know, what is familiar. Okay. Let's gravitate towards what we know, shall we?
Please.
And give information of a report that came out that Kenyan motorists have been overcharged approximately 16.4 billion shillings or 2.7 shillings per litre of fuel since the government began oil supply contracts with the Gulf-based firms in March 2023. One, the agreement with Saudi Aramco, the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, and the Emirates National Oil Company replaced a previous agreement, open tender system where local companies competed to import oil. So there was, before that, there was a tender system. Everybody comes and says, let's do this. No. So there was an agreement to get oil directly from the Gulf area. Consultants from the Channel Consulting Limited and Current Technologies have recommended ending the deal, citing higher costs compared to the open tender system. So historically, there has been an open tender system for the purchase of oil for Kenya, and now that's changed significantly with this G2G oil deal. The report reveals that local suppliers such as Galana Oil and Gulf Energy have not passed on the expected benefits, which has resulted in inflated returns compared to previous margins. And so, naturally, that means that you then pay more for fuel today with the deal than you did before. Martin, is this the case?
Yes, this is the case.
What's happening?
First is I would want to look at this from two different angles. The first angle is the one that gives that actually buys into the proverb of today, the proclivity towards what we, the familiar place, and the other one is the one which is not very common. The truth of the matter, because of the deal of G2G, the contract around G2G, I don't have the very details of the G2G, but the contractual agreements makes it not oscillate much. So in actual sense, what happens is because the pricing in the world is like, it's usually like, it's curvy, it's wavy.
Yeah.
So the line at the middle is what gives us the average pricing.
Yes.
We call it weighted average. So, like in the first the past few months or so, close to a year, is that the prices have been favorable, and when that is happening, it is crafted in a way that the companies out there that are giving us product do not lose. Neither, when the prices go very high, they don't go beyond a certain threshold. Thus, that, as it were, makes them have a standard kind of costing. What it's important to look at is not only how much we have lost, and this is where I want to be the devil's advocate in this case, is not to look at how much we have lost. We have to look at it in context. What was the purpose of G2G in the first place? And has it gained what it was supposed to gain? The purposes of G2G as designed at the onset of this administration was to curb the runaway cost of inflation in terms of dollar against the Kenya shilling. And it was touted much that the dollar was headed towards the upwards of about 180 shillings to 200 shillings.
Okay.
So the question here is, the 2 shillings that we are losing today,
2 shillings and 70 cents.
Yes, call it 3 shillings that we are losing in terms of buying that fuel through G2G. How much would we be losing? We are losing 3 shillings when the dollar is exchanging at around 130. Upheavals associated with the Gen Z and everything notwithstanding, the dollar has still held steady at that level. So what would have been the other side? The other side would be probably the dollar would be, and this is hypothetical because it could have been otherwise. I don't want to state like it's written somewhere, cast on stone, that is what it would have been. But given the trajectory that we had, we would be expecting that the dollar was supposed to be trading at around 180 thereabout. So that is how I would want to look at this from that context. But from the plain eyes view, the truth is that if we hold all factors constant, that the dollar will still be trading at 130, then the truth is that we would be losing 2 shillings and 70 cents per litre, which is not okay. But on the other hand, we know that our economy and we are volatile. Everybody else out there, the geopolitics of the world, everybody sneezes out there and we catch cold.
Sure.
So that is also an angle to look at it from.
Are we also saying that without this G2G deal, especially because we're talking about here to the Gulf states, right?
Yes.
So we're looking at Abu Dhabi, we're looking at Saudi Arabia, with that triangle, Are we saying that without that deal, if it was left at an open tender system, that we would, all of us who purchase fuel, would be doing that at 270 less than what we are doing today when APRA comes and does its thing on the 14th of every month? That without that and living within the open tender system, we would have seen a saving of 2 shillings and 70 cents if the G2G deal did not exist. Is that what we're saying?
Yes. Let me bring this home further. Okay. I am a proponent, the greatest proponent of OTS. Because in Kenya we run a market model we call a free market economy. And in a free market economy, you let goods and services, demand and supply, determine the prices. But unfortunately, because of some reasons that the Kibaki regime explained to us when they were starting the OTS, is that one, petroleum is a security item. It's not just another thing. If somebody plays around with petroleum, they can grind the country into a hold. So they decided one of the reasons why you have centralized ordering system of petroleum is, among other things, to make that sure the government has information of how much fuel is in the country and it can last us how long, and knows who has what capacity, and so that we don't sabotage. The other thing that is also very important to note about OTS is that we were spending, or rather we spend in this country about $500 million a month in procuring product outside this country. $500 million a month is no mean in terms of cash that we mop out of economy. And that sometimes was putting a lot of pressure on our forex. And that is what now made the government, the previous regime, to manage the dollar artificially, where they would release a certain, I think about $2 million a day or something like that. If you need more, you can't get. And you see the petroleum industry is crafted in a way that it is very highly capitalized, and the KRA is on your back. So you cannot get your product if you don't pay. You cannot, the guys with the fuel cannot release that fuel in Mombasa unless they have seen money. So everybody in the morning was running helter-skelter to look for dollars. And that's how we ended also creating a lot of lucrative off-grid dollar markets in the country. And this has since subsided since we got into OTS. So I have into G2G. I am not a proponent of G2G because it is a command economy for me. If any way you look at it, I would propose that we have the free market. But then again, for those kind of reasons, then we have to make do with what is provided.
If we look at the reasons why government went into this G2G deal in the first place, there were certain things that then would be guaranteed as a result of the deal, that you would then always have a constant supply of the petroleum needs for Kenya. That there would not be a moment whereby you say there was a shortage of fuel, or that there was uncertainty in the market, or that you would not then be able to dictate based on what was happening on a global scale, or that if OPEC decided to do 1 or 2, 3 things here, then that it would affect. So, and specifically for these countries where it is not an issue. So let's agree amongst ourselves that this is what you're going to pay for it and you're going to get it. You're never going to have to think about it. That was one of the guarantees that came. But from what you're saying, then there would appear that there would be some then losses whereby, in as much as you would guarantee constant supply, you would then not be able to guarantee a favorable
the guarantees
price.
Comes at a cost.
The guarantee comes at a cost. So if government is taking into consideration the needs of its citizenry, and because we know fuel affects everything, the price of fuel shoots up, everything else shoots up. Food, transport, everything else, there's a ripple effect, that takes place as a result of that. Why would government then decide to do this, knowing full well that would increase the amount that citizens would have to pay for this very much needed fuel?
As we've said, those guarantees comes at a cost. My biggest beef with government when it comes to the pricing of petroleum and the gains of petroleum is that we may understand as citizenry, we may understand why they needed to do what they needed to give us those guarantees. But now the problem is when the market favors the country and these little coins accrued or accruable to the common person at the pump. So what they did a few months ago is that they increased the levy fund. Because if you notice, even when they increased the levy fund, the prices of petroleum did not change in the country. Meaning that was supposed to be a drop. There was supposed to be a drop of about 6 or 7 shillings. But then again, because of the pressure of rejecting the finance bill and raising more money or something, that's my own prognosis on it, is they decided that instead of passing the 7 shillings to the common person, they increase the levy fund to probably beef up their... because as people... And as people who understand the political economy, we may understand why some of these things are done the way they are done. But then again, it would only be fair that if the market out there, the fluctuations within the market out there allows for something to accrue to the common person so that they can have an ease at the pump, then you allow them to get that. And that's how people would appreciate that when the prices of petroleum go high, then we appreciate, we understand. But when they go low, we should also be able to enjoy. And when you leave that, people to feel that, the people may not have a beef when prices go up and when they come down, because they understand that if we get benefits at the source, then you pass them to us. But if you get a hit at the source, then you pass it to us and we get benefits, you don't release it to the people, then that becomes a problem for me.
What I hear you to be saying is that the G2G arrangement achieved the complete opposite of what it was supposed to achieve. Because if you look at and if you simply read about government-to-government agreements, the whole point of it is that, one, if it is something to do with, say, the petroleum industry, you will afford a certain stability, meaning these fluctuations and uncertainties will be reduced. When it comes to certainty about the supply of the product, it will be available. Again, when you relate the manner in which we buy our products with the dollar, simply because the arrangements will have been made so that you get the best sort of deal here meaning, yes, at a fixed rate, for instance. So you know, we will be protected against the vagaries of the shilling or whatever it is. And because the G2G has to do with the relationship between the two countries, many certainties are protected. Now, if all we are seeing within the petroleum industry is the complete opposite, fluctuations, the very thing which we are supposed to receive by the bucket load, certainty, we receive uncertainties. You're not certain. And now you have a situation where you're being told we now need to increase. So you wonder, what were the details of the G2G agreement? I mean, I, as an individual, accepted it on trust, saying that
government is doing the best thing for you.
Yes, exactly. Now, when what I see is the complete opposite, and why I say it is something that needs to be observed, the problems that we have would occur if, for instance, our shilling was fluctuating violently against, say, the dollar. It's not. It's not.
It's not violent.
No, it's not. In fact, minimum. So why then? What is causing this thing? Now, are we saying that the prices of petroleum products in the world market have suddenly shot up tremendously? Again, brings me back. What agreement did we have?
Allow me to add something to what City is saying, because I'm looking at other voices that are weighing in, and very key voice put emphasis that the success of the G2G, and I'm reading directly, plan should not only be seen in terms of declining the fuel prices, but also, according to him, its ability to create a new market for foreign exchange, reducing the reliance on commercial banks for dollar purchases by oil importing companies. Now, according to him, and it was very keen Treasury, says this actually worked. So we should not only, look at it in the eyes of the fuel, but according to him, there are successes that we are seeing in regard to the G2G. I don't know if you share some of the sentiments, even as you add to what CT also brought.
Let me say this. It is important to note that the government of Kenya does not own even a litre of oil in this country. It doesn't.
Yeah.
The agreements that we are calling G2G today is just a guarantee. The petroleum logistics industry, because I've always said that we don't have a petroleum industry in Kenya, we have a petroleum logistics industry where you get this product just the way it is from here, point A to point B. is fully in the hands of the private sector. And the fuel we get mostly is imported by the multinationals. And when they import, when the private players are in the market, they don't care much whether the dollar goes up or the dollars go down, as long as they get their profits at the end of the day. So the interest of the government is what made them, the interest of government on the dollar, because at the time they were getting to G2G, the dollar had really gone, I think, to 160 something. And they, as he's saying, they have achieved to bring the cost, because I'm in the market that I know. Every morning we would run to go and look for dollars. It was a Herculean task. It was crazy, because at the end of the day, there's also not a very good agreement or congruence of ideas between government departments. You'll find that KRA has their own demands, that you have to pay this much for you to access this product. On the other hand, Treasury does not have enough dollars to release to the market. So at the end of the day, the private player is at the center of that. So the idea of G2G is primarily premised on what you'd call protectionism idea. And government was trying to protect themselves against, because the dollar is dealing with other things. So when we mop every dollar in the country and take it to the petroleum, then other industries suffer.
But you know, Martin, this issue of the dollar, as you mentioned, it raises a completely different discussion. Why was the dollar doing the yo-yo? Because why these fluctuations, whether it's gentle or whether it's violent, some of it is within our control. Some of it is outside our control completely as a country.
That I agree.
Yes.
That I agree. You see, the reason why the dollar, to me, by then was having this kind of an issue. I'm an international scholar, so I like looking at a number of things out there. The federal government in the US had raised the interest rates. So, and the intention was, during COVID, they had released a lot of money into the market. And that money had no value. So the federal Reserve Bank wanted to mop it up. So every serious company would want to go and invest their dollars in a very stable economy, which is the US. And when they were doing that, we were feeling the heat, and it was across the country, and especially the global south. Every person, you look at people from Ghana, from everywhere, you saw the same trend that was happening. So everybody now was for themselves, and God for us all, because the feds, all they wanted is, we want this money out of the economy, the global economy, and so that they can balance the value of the dollar.
So are we saying they are the ones who caused the dollar shortage?
Of course. By and large, I would say the mop-up of the dollar by the Federal Reserve Bank was the biggest reason. Among other simple issues, it was the biggest reason why there was a lot of capital flight in terms of dollar from countries, especially in the global south. Because remember, most of the people that are working in global south are multinational organizations who are not necessarily domiciled in terms of their headquarters in those global south countries. So if I'm Martin and I'm a multinational organization and I'm domiciled in France, the guys from France will say, collect the dollars, your profit in terms of dollars. We have a very good lucrative investment opportunity in Federal Reserve Bank, and we ship that money. So that caused a lot of issues in terms of how government would manage.
So how would the G2G arrangement help us allay this or stabilize what you've just described? Because what brought about the instability was outside our control.
Yes, the G2G, what the G2G came to help with was the time they have given, the 6 months arrangement they have given, that you don't have to get the dollars today. So between the shipment and the payment, there's 6 months that you are given to take all your time and accumulate those dollars, so that you can pay the countries and the companies, because this is the arrangement. When you say like the G2G, you say the Galana of this world and Gulf, they bring in product to Kenya. They bring for everybody. Previously, Galana and Gulf would expect you to pay them in dollars.
Yes.
But today, they accept that because you are selling at the pump with Kenya shilling, pay us through the dollar. Our arrangement with KCB Bank or whichever is providing the LC will allows us now to try and mop up the dollars, convert this money into dollars in our own time and pace.
All right. Do you mean that in the 6 months there was the possibility of getting this on credit?
then there was no possibility. But you see, when government came in, and that's why I say the government now gave the guarantee that give her the fuel. I guarantee you that she will pay you in 6 months. So that is the only role of the government. The government does not own anything, and that's why we have a lot of issues that we pick with government, because they sometimes play like they own products, but they don't. And because the government interest is the public, sometimes it will override the dealers, and that's why you'll see the next big story is about the cost that is the study that is being done.
The cost, and also that come December this year, the likelihood of government still being in this deal then is rather low, because they've already announced that, we're probably not going to be doing this come January 2025. We'll come and talk about that when we come back from the break. Martin Chomba is here this morning, and we're looking at, the G2G deal vis-a-vis what Kenyans have to spend, what Kenyans have been spending for the last couple of months, or rather last 6 months, 7 months, a lot more than probably they should be, and how billions have been consumed that shouldn't have been. All right, we'll come back and continue with that conversation. It's 28 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, "Now you fellow, you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
So looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 26 and then coming down to lows of 18 later. And looking into Nyeri this morning, cloudy conditions going to highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 28 in highs of 24 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 24 in a partly sunny Eldoret, currently at 16, and we're looking into a sunny Mombasa going to highs of 29, and a partly sunny Malindi going to highs of 29 as well. Kisumu at 24 is cloudy with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 28 and a mostly cloudy. Kakamega at 23 is 22 and sunny in Kampala, and looking into a sunny Dar es Salaam at 25 going to highs of 30. Johannesburg at 19 is sunny, highs of 26, and at 26 it's sunny in Mogadishu and sunny at 17 in Addis Ababa. It's a hazy Lagos morning at 25, we'll see highs of 30, while into Kinshasa it's cloudy at 24 going to highs of 31. Into Beijing Friday afternoon it's sunny at 30 and it's 13 and mostly cloudy in Paris with 17 and cloudy conditions in London. Thursday night clear in New York at 18. Coming into Friday we'll see highs of 25 and lows of 18. All right, coming out of traffic hour hasn't been too terrible this Friday. That's usually the case on Friday, except, Magadi Road, folks said, you know what, we'll clog up this thing. And then coming on to Langata Road, just some traffic left as you're trying to get into the city. All in all, it's not been too crazy a morning getting in and out of the city. And we're just seeing the dregs of morning traffic left for us to consume or deal with as we come out of traffic hour. However, still through the morning, talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Talking things petroleum for the next 25 minutes, and in terms of what actually has happened as a result of the G2G deal, what it was intended to bring in, certain guarantees that were put in place, at what cost is a question that Martin has been asking this morning, and as well as then coming out of that deal in December 2024, which is what has been said, that is what will happen. So then the question is, Martin, did it achieve what it was supposed to achieve?
I actually believe that what they told us it was supposed to achieve, we achieved. But once we achieved, the question is, did we have an exit strategy? Because, like I said, it was a protectionism idea. The government of Kenya was trying to protect itself from the volatility of the dollars and the effect that it would have in the entire economy, not just the petroleum industry. But now the problem is, and this is where I see, the truth is that we are losing some money, but not as much as we would have lost if the dollar was trading at that high rate today. But the question is, do we have an exit strategy? Have we put good economic incentives that will now maintain that if we go back to OTS, which means that we'll have now to buy directly, and that means that we'll have to procure dollars on a daily basis. Can the economy stand that kind of a demand on the dollar? Or will it now push the exchange rate again high? And if we are not prepared for that, for the exit, then for how long are we willing to stay like that? So either we devise a new model that may be a hybrid between OTS and G2G,
right?
Or we just brace ourselves and say that because we cannot exit, I promise you that it is not easy to exit.
Well, let's look at what government said.
Right? It expiring, but it will always be renewed.
It will be an option. Well, let's say the government admits that one of the challenges that the initiative faced was failure to meet minimum oil import volumes as agreed. They agreed that at this very minimum, we will bring fuel into the country.
Thank you, you brought that idea.
So they said, look, we've not been able to do that, and that's what we agreed with the 3 Gulf-based oil exporters, which caused an extension of the program to December 2024. So I said, because of that, let's give it some more time, right? Government also went on to say in the first 6 months, the average monthly import volumes fell short of the monthly minimums agreed under the arrangement. This was due to lower demand from the domestic market as well as from the regional re-export market. I want to stick on to that point.
Please.
Why was there a lower demand from the domestic market of this G2G fuel? So they said, okay, let's at least have this very amount, but they didn't want to deliver fuel more than what was being consumed, because then essentially you wouldn't pay for it. But there seem to have been internal factors that affected this external agreement, and what was that? Because that's right where you sit, Martin. Why would there be lower domestic consumption of this petroleum?
At this point, I want to declare a conflict of interest and say that in other quarters, I discuss the whole economy, just not the petroleum industry. And this is one of the biggest questions that we've been asking, I would rather have been looking at and doing a bit of write-up about. Anybody who has been keen in the Kenyan economy, the first time we started having a hit on the economy, serious hit, where every other sector felt and started to dwindle. And even if you look at the numbers from the guys who are in charge of the data, you realize that since 2018, at the very introduction of VAT in petroleum, that is when every other sector, I don't know about the media sector or these other sectors, but I know every sector that is associated, which works closely with petroleum industry, started taking a hit then.
Martin, which industry? Which industry?
Okay, I was just being polite. So, if anybody else this has not been given, I've said this a couple of times, but it's not been given the attention it deserves. But if you look at it then, this is what happened. Value added tax at the face value, you add value on something and then you charge that tax. In petroleum, I said we have petroleum logistics industry. We don't add any value unless you say transporting it from point A to point B is value adding. And for me, that is a big issue, because what we did is that we loaded a cost without adding value. And today we are having 16% of the cost of petroleum not anchored on anything.
Say that again.
We are having 16% cost of petroleum in this country not anchored on any value that has been added.
Give us an example of what you mean. If it was anchored on value, what would that look like?
Let me give you an example and say, if, let's say petroleum is this water, this bottle I'm holding. If I was to add a value on this water and make it today, I'm selling it at 10 bob, and the government decided that there shall be value added on water, they need to have told me, or somebody need to tell me, what value now have I added today on this product? Because if I made it flavored water and they charge me now on the value,
that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Okay.
So what value have we added on petroleum?
Okay.
Cost.
You see?
The cost.
I like your sense of humor. If there's no value at all that we added on petroleum when we added a VAT, all the government wanted then was to add or collect some more.
Look, there was a need for more revenue.
Yes,
that
but
was
you see,
what was required.
I need to tell us something. This now ties with what you just said, that the demand for petroleum has gone down in the country and in the region. Because everywhere now you go in the region, you'll find that there's value added tax. When President Kibaki came to power, what he did is that he abolished VAT on motorbikes. You know what that did to the industry?
The industry exploded.
It exploded. Because I've been arguing this way. The amount of money that the government collects in VAT on petroleum pales in comparison into what they would collect in terms of taxes of petroleum, the normal taxes of petroleum, if people was using petrol and diesel as they were using then. Because what has happened today, the VAT on petroleum today, if we knocked off the VAT on petroleum today, we're likely to do away with about 25 to 30 shillings from the cost of petroleum as it is today. Okay?
So that
Meaning,
Go
ahead and do. That at the pump
would go to 150.
Okay.
I wanted to bring in a headline here yesterday because I think it's most current and because of your area of expertise. I'm reading directly from the front page. Costly fuel looms on push for bigger oil dealer profits. Now what they're saying is we're looking at about 8 days for EPRA to review again. An EPRA-backed study proposes an extra 4.45 or rather 4 shillings per litre. The proposal could add to the cost of living pressure. You understand what that means? And I just want to understand, if you explain it to us, because Kenyans will pay an extra 4 shilling per litre of fuel if a proposal in a study commissioned by the energy regulator is adopted, adding the cost of living. And the study by this particular consultants is proposing an increase in margins offered to oil marketing companies be increased by 12 shillings per litre from the current 8 shillings per litre. That is for the retailers, and the wholesale margin to be increased from 4 shillings to 4.6 thereabout. Now, what
That's like the elephant in the room. I think I have quite an information. I think yesterday I published a writing about that.
So what really are we looking at?
What we're looking at, okay, let me just hold the thread together with what we were saying before. So what I was saying is, before I lose that, is that if we drop VAT on petroleum, what would happen is, not long ago, City, if you and your friends would decide to go to Naivasha, and each of you'll find your way to Naivasha, and you'll eat your meat, and each of you will find their way to Nairobi. Today, you want to take Ndut for a function that she has. Most of you guys will carpool.
Yes.
Because the costs have gone up. And this is the what I've been telling the government, that if they release VAT today, They'll take City back to a place where he can afford to drive his car.
Okay, sorry.
Without having to pull with somebody else to go to a certain function.
Okay.
And that will increase the uptake of the petroleum and more taxes on petroleum.
It sounds simple as you say it, but if let's just break it down so we can understand what we're saying here. That the thought is that, okay, government needs some more in terms of revenue.
I agree.
So what they do is that they slap a VAT on a product, right?
Yes.
So that the 16% essentially is going to bring in more money.
Yes.
If you spend on it, it brings in more money.
Yes.
But what actually happens in the market is totally different.
Exactly.
That people see, come on, this has become so expensive. So they decline to purchase,
yes,
which would essentially give government what it was looking for in the first place. So that action becomes counterproductive
exactly.
and counterintuitive.
Exactly.
So what happens is that we are going to get in one car, use less fuel,
yes,
and purchase less.
Yes.
But
you pay them their VAT.
You pay them their VAT, but we're spending less.
Yes.
However, if you release that means Anki's buying fuel, Martin's buying fuel, Ndu's buying fuel, CT's buying fuel. You get more.
You must have been a very good student. You got it. Exactly. That is what I mean. They release more. They release that, we spend more. Today, let me tell you, they have also brought in, they give an avenue, and it's a very good thing because it is consistent with what the world is doing. You see, whenever you go, there are these communication masts everywhere. Those masts used to spend a lot of diesel. Today, they are all on solar. Why? Solar is cheaper than fuel. So you have VAT on fuel, but we are not using it. We are going for alternative modes of energy. So before you know it, what the VAT you are getting will become lesser and lesser and lesser. Before you know it, nobody is using that fuel.
In fact, Martin, in 2020, 2021, during the COVID period, something very strange happened. This VAT existed at 16%, and then the then President Uhuru Kenyatta reduced it to
8%, yeah.
Now, something strange happened. That year that I'm speaking of, the government projected a certain revenue. They actually met it.
Exactly.
Strange. They didn't increase taxes, they reduced taxes.
Yes.
You know what I find strange is that there is a certain madness and there's a certain narrative that people have had about austerity. It's utter lunacy. It has been proved conclusively that nonsense doesn't work. And yet you still find people speaking about as though it's revolutionary, as though it's prophetic, that, this is what we must do. It has never worked.
No.
So what makes you think it's going to work for you?
Yeah. Okay.
This one, you don't need to be a student of economics to understand that the way economies grow and mushroom is when you release money into it, not when you take money away from it.
You incentivize and this is what I've been saying. We must stimulate the SMEs. And SMEs are you see, the government is not the greatest employer, it's not the biggest employer. All over the world, the private sector is.
It's not even their job.
The private sector is. And that's why I say it is lopsided when people look up to government for employment. The government today is competing with the private sector for money in commercial banks. The government will always win. And when the government wins that war, then you'll find that today, the only companies that are declaring profits at the end of the day is banks and multinational corporations who do not have to rely on the Kenyan economy to do what they do. So everybody else is having an issue. You can't get financing, and if you get financing today, there is no business today you can do and pay 20% on loans and make profit. You pay your workers and you are paying a loan of 20%. You cannot. There is no business. So today we are in a musical chair.
It's a horrible.
It is not coming. I don't want to lose your point because this is very important. So what has happened is that the government through EPRA is mandated that every 5 years they must conduct what we call the cost of supply of petroleum in the country. Why? Because, as I told you, we are in a command economy where the government tells you that you are selling at this much. So in 2018, we had the first COSOP. And that COSOP is supposed to be done every 5 years. Actually, the one that is happening right now is long overdue.
All right.
It's supposed to have happened last year. So this EPRA is supposed to engage consultants who are supposed to come now and independently look at the costs of supplying a petroleum product in the country and recommend the margins thereof, where they look at the plight of the common person and the people that are doing business in that value chain. So the conundrum here has been that in 2018, when it was first done, they gave a gross margin of 12 shillings and a few cents in the whole value chain, which is distributed in this manner. 4 shillings and some cents is given to the person that imports.
Right.
You see, like today, you're saying Galana and Gav and all that.
Yes.
For their troubles of importation, they'll get 4 shillings. Then there's an investor. I've told people time and again that most of these multinational organizations that you see here marketing petroleum, they don't own the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is City. After his retirement, he gets a package and puts up a petrol station and then leases it to a multinational. So for that lease, or rather rent, and the cost of that infrastructure, they have appropriated another 4 shillings and some cents. And then we have the person that now who carries and shoulders everything is called the dealer.
Yes.
That person at the pump is the one who has a contract with the multinational. When City gives his petrol station in future, it's very prophetic, it will happen. So when you give your petrol station to the multinational, they will in turn give it to a dealer. And that dealer now is the person who comes now and runs the whole station. And they have 4 shillings at the pump. So that was given in 2018. Now the problem has been, and this is what has cost so many people out of the market. You remember 2022, there's a time we had a gridlock in this country. There was no fuel anywhere. That problem has been occasioned by the fact that the multinationals who bring in petroleum had gotten to a place where they were making zero. And when they're making zero, they cost us now, the people who run the petrol stations at the last mile, they were selling to us the product at the cost of procurement. Yet there's a law in Kenya that tells EPRA that this is the price that you must give.
Stated, yes.
And when they give that price, it is in contradiction with everything else. And so we opted to close. A lot of us opted to close. And that's how the country ended up without fuel. Now, this study is supposed to look at what is the fair share of each of these person in the value chain. There is a very big misconception in the industry today. Every time you talk about petroleum, people confuse high capitalization for high profits.
Okay, so difference being between the two?
The difference is you remember, I don't know whether you remember, there was a case sometimes the people who vend airtime had an issue with KRA.
Yes.
Because they make a very small margin.
The margin is small.
So today, petroleum. Let me give you a very good example too. Today, you stop at the petrol station next here.
Yes.
You fuel 1,000 shilling of super petrol. The person at the pump will have made gross of 20 shillings. Gross. Meanwhile, they have washed your windshield. They have done so many things, your pressure. Yes. You know, this is a high value customer. Why? Because most of the guys fuel 200. So in 200, this guy is making 4 shillings gross. Why? Because the cost of doing business since 2018 has more than doubled today.
Across board, and we're not talking about...
but here... across board. But you see, the problem with petroleum is that it is regulated, it is statutory. You don't do it before 5 years.
Martin, is this why every petrol station now is a supermarket?
It is. People are in real estate. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
People now who are doing petrol stations are not doing petrol stations to sell fuel. I own a petrol station. But I'll tell you this. Because I have a kinyozi that runs next to it, that kinyozi makes money than petrol station. And I'm telling you this. Why? Because that kinyozi will give me 1,000 bob maybe in a day. Money that I can get away from that. If I take 1,000 shillings from the sale of petroleum in a day have already eaten into the stocks. So there's something I've been telling the industry, that petroleum dealers have been bleeding in hope because they are supposed to have this study done that now can remunerate them fairly in a way that they are able to pay their workers. Remember, this is an industry that employs over 1 million people in this country.
What needs to be done so that what previously was the case where people like you who are dealers actually find the enterprise worthwhile?
You see what happened when this study was done some 5 years ago. It was done based on a petrol station that is able to pull a throughput of 250,000 liters a month.
And how many petrol stations can do that?
Then they were a bit. Today, you and I know there's proliferation of petrol stations everywhere you go. People have this, and that's why I say there's a misconception because this is a highly capitalized industry. People think that's how the margins are. But people forget immediately. We have even had to sit with KRA sometimes to also explain to them again that both the profit margins are controlled.
They're minuscule.
Because people would expect that if you invest $1 million, you get at least 10%. In petroleum, you get less than 1%.
It's very interesting.
In terms of a profit that is accruable to you, net margin is less than 1%.
So where does I really need to understand where the misconception lies then, because one would assume that there's a petrol station, people are going to be driving. You rarely find an empty petrol station, right? You drive in and somebody's fueling. So the assumption, and it doesn't matter if they're 10 across the road, Mombasa Road, we can count between Haile Selassie Junction at the end of it before you get to the interchange. How many petrol stations are there?
There's
so many. But they're never empty.
The problem is, they are not empty, but the people who are fueling there, I've told you, an average Kenyan today fuels, the one who is driving, fuels 300 shillings, an average Kenyan. So when you find somebody fueling 1,000 shillings, you're like, these guys, the gods must be on their side. Okay? The other guys who fuel a lot are the motorbikes. But the motorbikes now fuel 100 shillings.
Yeah, that I think I know.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
but the truth is, you cannot get to that volume. So, if you are selling 250,000 liters, then today you are selling 100,000 liters a month.
Oh dear.
Wow.
If you're selling 100 liters a month and you're making 4 shillings, and that is gross, and you're supposed to be with the same workforce that you've been keeping, then it marries into what I've been saying, that people have been bleeding in hope. Why? Because we know that this is a sector that you cannot run away from. It's just like if you're used to a certain place, this is what you know how to do. So even when things go south, you hold into that place, hoping that it's soon things will look up. And that's what we've been looking at. And that's why this study is very, very important.
Right.
Now, the problem is when people don't understand the other side, it becomes sensational. And it can easily become political fodder. Right now, this can easily become political fodder. But the truth of the matter is, every dealer you see operating, actually today I can show you the messages. Most of them have been telling me, Chairman, where do you think we are headed? Is this thing becoming real? Because they just want to make a decision. So many of them have already abandoned the stations. Actually, if you realize, you'll find that some multinationals have employed a very a measure that is supposed to be an austerity, but to me is counterproductive, where now the petrol stations now are being run. They get somebody, previously they will get a dealer who will bear all the costs. But now they want to get to a place whereby they have an idea they call young dealers. They want now to employ somebody who just came from school and probably give him a salary of 40,000 or thereabout. He'll be very excited to run that. But at the end of the day, what happens is they are not able to shoulder the costs that are shouldered at the petrol station and employ the number of people that are employed. So at the end of the day, it becomes counterproductive in terms of job offers and the accruable revenue to the government at the end of the day becomes an issue. Because from those petrol stations, 1 million people, this is where you get pay as you earn, is where you're getting housing levy and all those kind of things.
I mean, we're going to have to end the conversation at this point, but we're still looking at a situation whereby if not taken into consideration some of the things that we're talking about, it's going to get more difficult for a lot of folks.
Yes.
Whether you're purchasing, whether you're the one who's running the business, the business of petroleum, we know is not cheap, but we're looking at a situation where, okay, so come out of the G2G deal in December. Are you going to go back to an OTS? Are you going to have a hybrid of the two?
Are you ready?
Are you ready to do that? Those are questions that we must keep asking and continue to have this conversation. Martin Chomba, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this week. And we come to an end of it and say, have a wonderful day into the weekend. And we'll see you again on Monday, God willing, at 6 a.m. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life